starting coming at you with another game of D2 Resurrected. Hardcore Ladder Necromancer, that's the title, that's what we're calling it. We still have the same old vest that we've been wearing. Nah, this one's a fancy one. You know, our gear could be better, but it doesn't need to be. We are good enough already. Now, we're just going to pop into Act 1 probably to get a body. Nah, I mean, Fuzzle can probably get one. But if it looks sketchy, we'll just run away, very bravely run away. Hey, yeah, see, look. Bodies hitting the floor already. Feels so good. And we're just going to carry onward as one does. We got like several skellies. The thing is you know, we're going to be generating a lot of failed skeletons here. More points of damage makes the effect area bigger, which is like nice, but you know, you can't really afford them in the early game. You know, you got to afford more skeletons, because really, you know, you're usually in a body-rich environment, and if not, you can usually leave. Crystal sword, how many sockets? We very cleverly dash away from those javelins. Those javelins are a total run-ender, right? If you get one of those with like multi-shot, extra fast, I mean, you won't see a mod like that in normal, probably, you know. Not here, but that's the sort of thing you gotta look out for. And of course, our single skeleton mage. And I believe taking a skeleton mage is wrong, but I also believe in taking a skeleton mage. You know, that's the kind of guy I am. I'm not just gonna play the game correctly because I'm supposed to. Like, what kind of life is that? And that's why I don't play multiplayer games anymore. No, that's not why. But I'm sure I would annoy people, as I inevitably do. But yes, the soothing sounds of skeletons hitting dudes, it's the best. I love the desert. I like the little percussive, the little hand drum in the background. You know, that's good stuff. That's good value. I'm all for traditional percussion instruments. It's my jam. Although often the sort of people that want to play hand instruments for you where I live are not like too much fun. Look, some of my best friends are hippies, okay? That just means I've heard a lot of bongo playing. I've even committed some bongo playing myself in the past. All sorts of drumming. One year in high school band, I was in the pit, which was awesome because I didn't have to learn how to march right. I just stood there and played music like, you know, like I wanted to. Look, you basically had to be in marching band, right, to be in band, and I had to be in band. But, like, to the extent that I liked band, and plenty of band was a lot of fun for me. I didn't like marching. I didn't like standing and like I was in, like, junior ROTC for a couple of years, too. So, like, I already marched for school. I didn't want to march with a drum. We didn't do that, you know. But for one glorious whole season of high school, I stood by the sidelines. I didn't have to learn how to walk with stuff. It was great. That's the kind of life I wish I could live today. Just sitting by the sideline playing a little bongo drum. Nah, not really. It's too loud at a football stadium. I wonder if, like, do they have traditional bands for other things, you know, because, like in college you have, like, a band, but, like, you know, you go pro, and then you don't have, like, a sick bongo player anymore. You know, they just pipe in, you know, their licensed music through the roof or whatnot. I don't know. Maybe they do have live music at NFL games. I've never been to one. And that is how we get to the NFL from the starting point of traditional percussion instruments. You know, it's no picnic being in this brain, but at least I can track where it goes. This ridiculous human body that I am heir to. So we see here that the poison skeleton mage, even by the standards of skeleton mages, is terrible. So of course we get another one. But you can keep re-rolling them till you get one that you want. Frost is good because, you know, you get a slow and that's fine. However, Frost stops you from getting bodies, which can be annoying depending on what point in the game you're in. By which I mean to say, so when you're quite a fresh player, you don't have the mana or the mana regeneration to really be churning spells all the time. Even if you do, like, you'll just be running it out of potions. I mean, you could do it a little more than I am here, but there are many rune words in the 25 to 29 range where you can get mana regen and big mana, and then, like, that's when you are going to start maybe getting, you know, some of your first big spates of uniques, because at that level you can farm Mephisto if you're so inclined. Although any low-ish resistant character, even with a bunch of life, I would be reticent. But we've been pumping life, and we're going to continue to be pumping life. When you get tons of vitality, you can do anything because you're alive. And while the Necromancer can affect great change in the world after he has departed, you know, it's really in reassembling his bones for a new guy. This is like an incredibly nasty mob set with the slingers and the dung beetles. If this was in hell, I would have re-rolled it to try to get the vultures. I don't think you get them every time. Because I haven't seen a vulture in ages, so I don't think we rolled them here. Because each area has, like, you know, a small selection of units that you can see in it, and then the game picks when it generates them, you know, like who you're going to see that time. Half freeze duration, we already got one of those. And a little bit of fast cast never hurt nobody. Except our enemies. Can't use this yet. Outrageous. But we're coming up on some of the most annoying and worst places in the game. We might skip the layer and push past it and then come back when we're slightly stronger just for a little bit more ease. But the thing about Claw Temple is it's pretty sketchy too, so, you know. Not like super sketchy. Look, when you're a Skelemancer, the only things that can kill you are carelessness, bad luck, and the game, which is barely anything. Alright, yeah. So here we get leapers and birds for this place. So, hey, Atir, we need an Eth. We need an Eth kind of badly. I would love to get one. But I don't know, like, I don't know if we want to run Countess for it. We might do it before Duriel, if we don't get one first. You know, because I'm planning on leveling up a bit. I can definitely do Duriel. I could probably do Duriel right now, but I don't want to. On my other hardcore Necro, we popped a Duriel at, like, 17 or 18, I think. Which I don't really remember, I just know, because... Alright, 3 sockets and a large shield. It'd be better in a... Yeah, so that's good. We'll be able to make, like, an Ancient's Pledge there. Assuming we can ever put one together. No, we'll definitely be able to. And again, if it's, like... You just have to gauge how things are going. It's tricky with the Skelemancer. It's not like other classes, right? I mean, it might sort of be like summoning Warlock now in sort of abstract senses, but I think because you have so many more because our damage is so much worse and our tankiness on the minions is so much less reliable. You know, it's just a whole different style. And we can deal with fizz immunes easily, and they can't. But we need to go into those halls. I just, yeah, but Ancient's Pledge ROTW is a room where that you can put together in a 3-socket shield that is basically just like a good early game resistance piece. Pièce de résistance. That's not what that phrase means. I mean, it kind of is, but it isn't. We just move to moving. And just hanging out down the street. Because I very much want to get this waypoint, but yeah, we'll just, man, just run back. No, we're going to find it. We're going to find it, like, right up here. You'll see. I don't actually think that's true. I think it'll be up above us. Going upstairs like this is a very perilous thing in the Skelemancer's life, but if you move far enough like that, you know, you teleport your guys to. If we moved a little bit further, we would have got Fuzzle up there too, and that's just a way to get them unstuck. But very often they will get stuck, so you either have to do that or teleport, which there's a staff that gives you a charge of teleport called Dodge's Puzzler, but we don't have it. And that's super good for repositioning, as well as like magic finding and stuff like that. But you know, it's not a permanent solution to your problem. It's not like getting Enigma. Deckard Cain. This is actually a very interesting gem to grab, right? Because negative 15% to requirements could really come in handy to us. But probably not. Could be, though. We'll just put it in the old shared stash like everything else. Because we've got a towel, and if we get F, then we can find a 2-socket armor somewhere, and then get stealth, which is... very good indeed. We've got our little small charms for little small amounts of resist. Hey, you know, it adds up. Wait, no, we want to go to, like... we want to get to, like, 60. They say the taste of vengeance is bittersweet, but I find it to my liking. Atma goes just very, very cold, you know. No, we hadn't talked to her since we did the quest thing. But it's a great thing to say when you first walk up to somebody. Especially when you forget you just did them a favor. Alright. Hall o' the Dead. Spear Cat's pretty bad. Spear Cats have, you know, the archer danger. And that a whole lot of them can all hit one target. But one great thing about the Necro is how dynamically his corpse explosion changes, like, what's going on, right? Here, these dried corpses, the decayed, they have, like, big amounts of hit points. But all that means is the corpse is going to blow up even bigger. Champion pack, running through El Poisson. That's not what that means. But Halls of the Dead is one of those rare places in the game that is required for story progression only one time. Because you get the Heredric Cube here. However, they can't remove the Heredric Cube from you because it's so important for numerous elements of the game. From upgrading items to rolling new ones to, generating better quality runes. And like if you went to another difficulty and lost it, that would just be really annoying and wouldn't really work out. So their compromise, which is interesting, is just not to make you get it. They just said, okay, you just don't have to do that part. Because, like, say Act 1, there's the stones that get you to Tristram. You still have to go and get the scroll. You can't just go up and touch the stones because you've done it before. The Durance of Hate with Mephisto, you still got to acquire all the pieces of the flail. But, of course, the flail is just regarded when you ever get through it. The Soul Stone of Mephisto or the hammer, that's the same sort of story. So, this was the one item that they had to continue giving to us. And, of course, the hollow ones are big problems for some classes. They're not so bad for us. Anyone who has a ranged attack and resurrects the foe is dangerous, but due to having corpse explosion, we both, if they start getting more bodies lifted up into the gap, then we just start, blowing them up. And we, in the process, are blowing up the bones. You can't corpse explode an exploded corpse, and you also can't resurrect it. It rests in peace. So, kind of a sketchy run there. Don't love that we chose to do it. I thought our guys could get in the door a little better. But ultimately, I don't even think we had to drink a health pot right. But I don't love that we chose to do it. Because we're having the worst amount of time getting through the door. Please, please come in the door. Doorways are the bane of all Skelemancers. Anyway. Sometimes you just got to portal out, right? That's what you got to do. So you can make an Enigma, which is usually quite a long time. Although I think now, with the current update, it'll be much easier. Well, I know now. I think. Look, I'm for it. I don't think that scarcity of the coolest items and abilities in the game, to the degree that it existed, was good. I don't think, because unless you even knew where to go look for a high rune, you can't even get them most places in the game, even at the end of it. And that, that's kind of sad. But now with the Terra Radius, especially like Terra Countess, which I guess if they don't patch it, you're going to be able to get a loot table on her runes that's very high. But of course, you only get that every now and then. You don't get to choose where the terror is at. Oh, don't love that I chose to do that, but we actually come through without getting a single hit. Beautiful. And without any run walk, too. Can I just say, what a graceful sweeping turn there. Spear cats. Hit the spear cats. Like there, that door is nasty because we have all these spear cats. Be 2 sockets instead of leather? Yeah, alright. This would be like a good base for stealth in the event that I can get an Eth rune. But again, we might just get it. Stealth gives you a lot of stuff that's super important. It gives you run walk speed. It gives you mana regen. It gives you fast hit recovery. It gives you fast cast. It is an incredibly good rune word. Honestly, it's better than it should be. But hey, the game needs a best thing, and level 17 stealth is one of those things. It's really quite good, and moreover, everyone could wear it and be happy with it. Although some classes would care somewhat less, everybody would be pleased to be wearing stealth immediately. I could be wearing it now if I had an Eth rune. If I had an Eth rune. Here we pop in. We're going to heal real quick. Mainly to get all my minions and stuff up. But here we jump in for what we were talking about earlier. Just to get everyone inside. Because if they can get in, then they won't get body blocked inside of a place like this. But they absolutely will stand right in a doorway and fight. Allowing everybody else to stand behind them. And they'll do that for like a year, right? You can't... They don't even care. And of course, getting a skeleton mage is bad for that too. Because they sit still, but really just having the cold bolt. I would try to get 4 of them, 1 for each. Poison is terrible, and fire and lightning aren't good. And cold at least does cold damage, but it can sometimes shatter the body. But, it's, You can't just take what's good, you know? It's not like there are stakes. Ten faster run walk, yes please. Doo-doo-doo. Playing hardcore with only one hand on the controller is smart. Sometimes people don't know that, so I have to tell them. Alright, we are going to just evade these guys. We'll get a body at the door. Get a body at the door. Get a body at the door. Et voila. That's all those written there. You have quite a treasure there in that Herodric cube, he'll say. And how did I get that other Necromancer out of Act 2 by now already? I must have just... Well, I mean, I did a bunch of extra stuff, I suppose. In Act 1, because we were already, what, like 14 or 15? Easy mob roll here. The big grubs are just not dangerous. They're annoying, but they're not dangerous. They've got big hit point pools, so if you get other guys fighting with them too, then you know they blow up. And of course, these guys are minions, which is why they have more hit points. But you know, because they've got that big hit point pool, you know, as the rule goes, that means that we can just blow up their bodies for more power. Although she had a big old chunk of hit points indeed. Oh, and there's the waypoint and the lair. Alright, time for the worst area in the game for me. It's not a terrible area, and I actually think, you know, it nails the aesthetic. It's creepy and strange and unpleasant, just like going into the lair of massive insects would be. However, it's also the worst place for Skelemancers, because they just struggle, you know, they deeply, deeply struggle with the idea that they should try to get a move on. But I mean, you try telling a skeleton who's already died once before that something bad will happen to them. If they don't shape up, they'll be like, oh yeah, sure. Get right on that, boss. Like, we've got a couple more levels before we need to worry about putting points in for Decrypify. Let's just go ahead. Like here, it's just a, like, and then, you know, they go there. The good thing about the scarabs is at least when they're in this hallway, also it's impossible to loot with a controller, but when they're in the hallway, their lightning enchant, like, goes into the wall and dissipates, like, it grounds out, right? Which, both of those look like they could have been promising. Sometimes you just gotta, you know, backtrack a little bit. An alternate way is just to take your merc here and, you know, you use his superior fighting capabilities. You know, because the corpse explodes radius, especially here at the early stages, you know, it's so small, so... Later on, you can be clearing a room like that, but, you know, here it's a little trickier. Is that a different kind of beetle? We got a... Yes, it is a different kind of beetle. You're in the death beetle room. I confess I don't really know the difference. I think the death beetles are just stronger, though. Like, if it's up in this direction, I'm gonna look. If it's right here, though. No, we'll just keep pursuing it. Hey, you get experience here, right? Oh my goodness. That. I'm so proud of me. I was like, no, I don't think going there is right. And then, you know, sure there were a couple fits, but, you know, at each point I was like, no, I don't have the feeling. We did it. Alright, let's go get some more monopots. We're gonna need a lot of them where we're going. $14 to life and lightning resist. We'll buy that for right now. Seven magic find is basically nothing, but it is something, so we're gonna get it. That rare Bardiche coming in clutch, right? Every time I buy a whole bunch of potions, I don't need them, so hopefully that's what'll happen here, and we'll just, like, very cunningly move on through. But I count this traversal as a total win. And we get inside of a room, which is all we need. Fuzzle's out seeing the sights. You know, that's how he rolls. Like, that is wild if they're going to let me get through a door like that here, but not as clean as all that. But once the bodies start hitting the floor, they keep on going down. Hey, look at that. What a clean traversal. You know, it just... Sure, anyone could do it, but I did it. And that is how to clear a room. Eld rune, second rune of the game. Not of my game, of the game. Unraveled head could definitely be better than this unraveled head. All right, all right. Rolling locusts to these tunnels is really nice. They're very weak. They drain stamina, so, like, theoretically, right, if they surprise you and drain your stamina, you know, they could slow you down, make it harder for you to walk around, and maybe get caught by something else, right? In practice, that's rarely how the game operates, but as a concept, I see, you know, that there's definitely a place in the debuff spectrum for a class of things that does that, even if it doesn't, you know, really inhibit the player very much, because they're kind of gimmies, but maybe not to like a melee character. I think they get physical immunity. Maybe yeah, and hell, probably all of them have it, but because they're flies, you know. Have you ever tried to hit a cloud of flies with a sword? I mean, I haven't. I would recommend it though. Six mages, oh my. Maybe they have really high defense as well. Oh my, I just want to pick up the mana potion, and now we've used all of our mana doing it, you know. That's why, look, Corpse Explosion shouldn't be on A. I should have it on, like, Y or something, right? But then we'll just put golems on top of it. I was like, champs, nope. A fire enchanted stone grumble. He'll be alright. He'll be grumbling in the dirt before too long, you'll see. This sort of seems like it'll be the right way. The layer, though, it's tricky. I don't, you know. You don't run it enough to figure out what it looks like on the inside, you know. You just... The thing about the mini-map, though, is... Yeah, here it is. The thing about the mini-map is you can use it to see, you know, the other walls that aren't around you, and you can get a lot of information from that, just on, like, curvature, you know, if it looks like there could be a route out, you know, just... A lot of stuff. Doesn't look like it's going back towards the center, you know. But hey, that went pretty well, and now, you know... And now there's just, you know, Sanctuary and Tombs to be annoying. It's an interesting enough shield, and I kind of like the cold resist on it. But the thing is, like, is it worth losing the skill for it? No. Poison damage charms. Theoretically good for some things, I guess. Not the kind of way I play them. I want poison to be good. It just takes so long. Alright, so we got vultures and raptors and grubs for the Dry Hills mobs, which is a really, really comfy role. You know, sure they fly, but fundamentally not very dangerous folk. I say that, all the skeletons die somehow. Maybe we didn't talk to Atma after do it. Hey, a tier rune. Cool. Wish it was an F though. Hiya! But we're just gonna push forward to the Lost City here. And welcome to Darkness. Night Slingers with fulminating, no, with poisonous potions. Fulminatings are the explosive ones. Or an eclipse, buddy. Hi-yo! Possessed super high fizz resist. Should have been casting our power upon him. We're carrying the staff with us, which is unnecessary. I don't love ring mail as a socket piece, but oh well, you know, the merc. The automatic inventory sorting, what a nice thing. Another small charm, maybe we'll get another resist charm or something. I'll carry a full inventory of big old bad resist and life charms, right? That's that's a thing I'm okay with. I'm not trying to mess with that thing. Because here you run into an interesting part of Act 2 where, like, sure you could fight out here, but it's dark and that's annoying. So you basically have to run to the temple because it's dark and that's annoying. You know, they're taking the overland sections and making them underland sections, or however you would phrase it. Looks like these guys are extra fast. Dark Elder. That poison, you know, really affected the people. But also, if you can get to, like, Sanctuary, Tombs of Tal Rasha, it's really good experience. Dangerous. And incredibly annoying to navigate in both cases. But, oh man, imagine you're trying to run out, you go there, and you can't go down the wall. Disgusting. Having a well around is so good because it cures poison on your guys too. You know, it gets these plague bears. They're not joking about the name. You know, they are unpleasant folk. If you don't drink everything from the well, it'll come back before too long. But if you drink both drinks from the well, it'll take even longer. Either that or I'm superstitious, but I believe that's true. And I'm not willing to give it up, like all other beliefs that may or may not be untrue. I think that, you know, you don't want to drink every bit of water from a well. When you get to the bottom, Don't drink that water. See? And now we've got more already. But as the old song goes, you don't miss your water till the well runs dry. Ancient tunnels beneath the city. Ancient tunnels. We're not going there because it's a tunnel, and tunnels are the bane of the skeleton necromancer. You know, we've already talked about doors and how doors are a big problem. A portal shrine, all it does is cast a town portal. Pretty funny stuff. Was it down there and I just missed it? Could have been. I wouldn't think that the route to the temple would be on the first zone without going down, but maybe it is. You know, it can happen. Looks like it did. Little explosions. Another amulet. One day it'll be a good amulet, you'll see. And for everything else, it's a couple thousand per amulet, right? Which is not nothing. It is, in fact, the opposite of nothing. Something. Some kind of noun. You can get an amount of money for it and then spend it for, you know, goods or services. Lightning resist? I mean, maybe. For, like, later. Like, in Act 3, we probably will just, like, wear it. Because Act 3, they have piercing lightning bolt lightning damage. That's, you know, from gloams and stuff. And that is kill you dead before you really know what's going on damage. That's not anything to play about. But with a good bevy of resistances, you know, you barely feel a thing. And resists are absolutely one of those things that most players would totally neglect in normal, and I have been, you know, largely doing in spite of our things. But, you know, that's one school of thought is you don't worry about them and you just get more vitality, but that'll only go so far. And certainly as you go into Nightmare and Hell and your resistances get debuffed, in addition to the fact that everyone does more damage out of the box, you know, you gotta start acting right or you'll be nowhere fast. Here we have Plague Bears and a whole group of Night Slingers here. We're just trying to get them to throw at us so that our guys can get in. It is the kind of damage that works really well against skeletons. But of course, they have kindly provided enough bones to create more. And though we grieve the loss of our beloved skeletons, I confess that I'm not sure what their last wishes were. Time for more potions, because of course it is. Yeah, 19 mana, definitely better than life replen. 19 mana is a huge chunk for me, actually. Good deal. Hey, found the waypoint. Skip the Halls of the Dead one. That one, you know, that's the one that you need in normal if you're helping other people. In truth, of course, beyond that, for terror zones, you'd want to be able to get to a place. You don't really need the waypoints. We're skipping that thing. All right, Claw Viper Temple. We got salamanders, naturally. They're very scary, however, you know, I don't really cast Bone Spear yet, so at least there's that. We're gonna break some urns, trying to find a couple of rupees. Unable to find a single rupee. Not even a green one. Sad. I alternate between believing that you should kick all the urns you see and thinking that maybe skipping some of the urns is okay. Sometimes when you're just sitting there waiting for the skeletons to hit stuff and you kick an urn, occasionally you're rewarded. And then it's hard when you're like, ooh, I could have got another chipped skull just like I always wanted. My god, there's a guy. There are guys resting him over here. For all the good it did everybody. For all of the good it did everybody. Hey-oh! And our emo champion is like, oh, I kind of liked it in the dark. Me and him were the same. The Staff of Kings, you astound me. We still have our very first wand. I sure would like to upgrade. We've got a chunk of change now. $180K, not that much of a chunk. Oh, well, maybe we'll find a good one eventually. Alright, time to go into the harem, the basement, the cellar. Level 1 harem, here we come. There's no mobs here, of course. You can sit and admire the architecture, the strategically placed blinds. Now this is a sketchy area, right? You have big physical damage hitters with the clubs, these blunderbores. They have very big hit point pools though, so you know, same rule as everywhere else. You get a whole foot in the door and then you blow up that foot. The big danger is horror archers, which are lightning enchanted arrow mobs. Oh yeah, we've got these dune beasts. They're not too bad. This is the first we see of such swamp creatures. You know, they're more of an Act 3 thing typically, but here the internals are somewhat different, but you always go corner to adjacent corner. If you go corner opposite corner, here in this section of the game here, this sort of pre-Arcane Sanctuary thing, then you go to the other way in, because there are 2 ways down and 2 ways up in every room. If I built it, I would build one long staircase that just went down and another that was longer that only went up, or maybe the other way around. And then I would have to build a third one, naturally. Alright, we got poison dudes there. Here, we're all, like, I think we'll go... this is 2, yeah, we need to... horror mages are so much less dangerous than horror archers are. Just so much less. I mean, they do some work, but... part of playing hardcore is knowing how scary things are abstractly. Because, of course, everything can be multiplied. You know, the extra strong lightning enchants, extra fast of the worlds, the ones that'll just totally put you into the dumpster. They're all out there. But if you don't know that, like, a horror archer will kill you without anything special, then a special one will really surprise you, right? And we got old Fire Eye here, and then we're going to be into the sanctuary before we know it. Come on, Invader Zim. Pop, pop. Ethereal Volge. You know, that one's got those mods. Ethereal weapons and armor are the best things for... oh, wow, we have to go around. Lame. The best thing for mercenaries, because ethereal stuff gets a bonus to its damage or its armor, you know, respectively, because you can't repair it. But a merc does not take durability damage, so a merc is all free. Now here we're going to go to teleports or straight lines with pillars. Straight line with pillar being my preference, of course, because it's the least annoying to move things around. Man, they are really holding the gap there. All right, there we go. You just need a couple of them to fall. Oh, it was minions. That explains why. I was like, man, they had a lot of hit points, but yeah, it was minions. Ghoul Lords are pretty annoying because their fire spells give them life leech, which, if I'm not mistaken, they're the only creature in the game that has magic that specifically heals them when it hits you, or your guys. It's not really me that they're hitting, of course. The lightning pillars are a characteristic of this side. That happens because we get to walk straight, so it's just a price you got to pay. They don't hurt crazy hard. We don't have very much lightning resist, right? Yeah, 21. I mean, it's a lot more than 0. It's 21 more than that, in fact. Although I can't prove to you exactly how I know that. It's just something that I believe. The summoner is also super annoying to deal with because he'll, like, just pop your guys from super far away. Often what I do, is you kill a couple of the things, you leave, you go get some more bodies, and then you come back, do a very ill-conceived run by them, teleport out, come back in, and then pop them that way. Because there's stairs, and these guys are like Claptrap in Borderlands 2. They can't climb stairs. Oh, I don't need that for anything. Whoops, I was just drinking them. That's not how you put them into the belt. And anyway, it was full. Anyway, we carry on. And that is a low number of skeletons. Let's get these rookie numbers way up. I sure would like an Eth rune, though. But we might just level, like... We might just do, like, all the tombs. It just depends, though. Because the thing is, if you can kill Duriel, and I think we can, if you can, then Act 3 is a bountiful place that you can play a whole lot of where only a few areas suck for the Skelemancer, right? Durance. Which, that's at the end anyway. But all the acts are like, oh, we failed to go in one direction. Too many directions. Hey, there he is. We're just going to go over here somewhat and let the flyers come to us. Getting rid of all the specters early will be nice. And, he's off of the map compared to where we are. His spells are going to go right there. Yes, yes, yes. And we actually have cleaned up there all of his flyers because they were his whole crew. And of course, he's glacial spiking away, but oh yeah. He has that Nova, but it's not an immensely damaging Nova in this difficulty. But yeah. The only way to find the true tomb of Talrasha if you're not on the quest is to come here, look at the symbols, and the other one is the symbol that's not there. So we know the true tomb will be the little arrows. Act 2 is funny in its construction, right? Because you get, I guess the whole game is like that. You get a lot of wide open spaces and then very, very, like, claustrophobic ones. But they, they play to different strengths. There's plenty of classes that are happy to see a doorway. Like my Meteor Sork, what's better than that? Oh, there's a door, you open it, and then you start dropping meteors and orbs on top of it. Feels good. This is the correct tomb. We're gonna do the other ones. At least some of them. I mean, 222 HP. Duriel can't, like, one-shot you with that much, and that means that you can probably just get away, but... It'll really depend on how annoying I find the clearing of the tombs to be, because if it goes pretty well, and there's no reason to think it won't with this experience... Because doors are good if you get in them and you get a body. It's just all about how you can, deliver. I remember when I first played an assassin, I wanted to like them so much, and then I was just like, meh. But I just think assassin is too dependent on gear, which true of so many classes, right? I mean, they're all gear dependent, but some you have a blast with anyway, like Necromancer. Well, Skelemancer. You can't have a good time as, like, a poison necromancer if you don't have gear, but you shouldn't even be trying to do a thing like that unless you have gear. 'Cause, like, I sure wish I could get Fuzzle to think that the sounds of battle are relevant to him. Come on, buddy. What did I pay you for one time ever? Speaking of one time, oh, he gets popped. There's an aura enchanted guy in there plus a champ pack. That is a nasty little room to walk into without realizing it. It's all good. That's why we let the skeletons do the walking. $15 magic find. We'll hold on to it. Is it good? No. Is it worth holding on to? Also, no. Am I going to keep holding on to it? Yes. Look, there may come a day when we're doing, like, cows or something. It could happen. And then we would want it. Fuzzle, come back. Whoa. See, he's already forgiven us. He's ready to roll out. Absolutely. How's my girl doing? You got any stuff for us, Farah? I'm gonna buy that just for a base. We don't need the quilted armor for the base anymore. Although, I mean, for somebody else as they're starting out as a character, yeah, we could put some chips in it or something. Because I think it would be cool to play like a hardcore barbarian or paladin once you like have like all the gear and then you just feed it to him and see how it goes, and then you would die because you don't know how to play the game if you're me. And we need to start being on the lookout for a 4-socket sword. Hopefully without dex requirements, right? Because Spirit is not super far away and is certainly worth building. A couple of Spirits gets you, well, 1 Spirit. Spirit in the offhand requires a Monarch, which you can't equip for quite some time, and a Monarch requires like 156 strength or something. So you don't, we're not using a Spirit Monarch here. That's too much vitality sunk. You know, 100 strength points for that. That could be 100 vitality points, which is, you know, 200 life for a Necro. It's a lot of life. Also, the shield is a great source of resists, and in hardcore, it's, especially in hell difficulty, you almost always are using your shield slot to get resist. It does depend. Everything does, but I would expect to see that to be the priority rather than offensive stats or anything like that. As far as tombs go, this roll isn't too bad. Ghoul Lords are kind of annoying. They're not as annoying as, like, hollow ones are, though, right? Not least because hollow ones, their missile attack is very dark. You can often just, like, not see it. And so, depending on what's going on, you won't know how many there are. There might be like 3 champs in a corner making you miserable, and you don't even identify it, if you're me. Alright, time for the next tomb. I don't think there's another one down here. Nope, yeah, one more here. Looks like I wasn't really that oriented. There we go. This is also not the correct tomb, however. Ooh! Burning Dead, Resurrecting Dudes, and Smasher Boys. But this is a match made in heaven. Boom, 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 boom. It's a lot of damage. And that is how to clear a room. So there, you know, there's like 4 or 5 summoners. That's actually a pretty tense room depending on what your class is, right? Some classes have a lot of AoE and can pretty casually deal with that. But some classes, you know, it's much more daunting to walk in and be like, oh, there's 5 resurrecting guys. Because that's quite a welcoming party, right? Like, won't one of these fools just drop a Nethrune? Come on now. It's not that big of an ask. Beautiful. All falls down. And we're turning through the experience too. And that's the thing about Tombs, is even though it's nice to go to Act 3 just because you can push forward, you know, slightly better loots maybe eventually in it, you know, feeling of progression, better open spaces, you know, the whole Dixie Chicks thing. But Tombs are really good experience. They're very, very dense in enemies per room and stuff, you know, because they're the final thing. They're the dangerous thing, but they all have to be as dangerous, you know, so you won't know what the real one is. And accordingly, you get very, very big density. You get these chests at the end, which always makes you feel good, or nothing, depending on what you get. Two to clay golem, 9 to energy for 1 raised skeleton. I mean, yeah, why not? Is it technically correct? Maybe not. What's the golem get for those levels? Some HP. But the 9 energy is another... It's not nothing, right? It gives us 18 mana, which is fine. Like, how much is a corpse explodey? Yeah, 15. It's another corpse explosion cast. That's fine. Good morning, Kiara. A Ral rune, that is excellent news. Rals are super good. Abstractly, they are valuable, like, to other players. But here, like, we need them for a bunch of rune words that we want to make, so picking one up is excellent. Because if I can make it, like, an Ancient's Pledge before Act 3, that would be marvelous. And we just need an Ort for that, which, of course, is the upper of those runes, but... But I want to live. Like, I'm not trying to make another character. I would be very pleased if we just deliver on this character the whole way and, like, pretend that I know how to play the game. The thing about Diablo is that, like, there's hyper dangerous stuff that happens. So even if you play tight and smart, like, you can still die. Look, it's a hard world out there. But that's what it's all about. And, of course, putting stuff into the shared stash so that those who come after will have an easier time. Because even if it's just a bunch of cash, which we should probably keep slightly more cash in there, just, you know, for safety's sake, although I don't intend to die. You know, a new character with a ton of cash, you know, they have potions, they're going to be able to go and gamble new items anytime they want. You know, they're going to be able to go to the shop and get all the stuff, and so, you know, that's its own premium. Because any resource is influential, and if you ever started a brand new character, you know that feel where you're like, oh, I don't have enough money for, you know, for potions. I just have to wait to regenerate my mana? What? Like a peasant? Oh, this room is going to be chock full of fools. We're going to draw them out a little bit. Ha ha ha! That's the good stuff there. Look how many guys are in this room. This is why the tombs are great, right? Oh. Mana burn, extra strong, lightning enchanted. That guy is a nasty piece of work. Yeah, look how much that that hit me for. It was like a lot, you know. Extra strong is no joke. That is one of the danger mods. It's because it makes them strong and everyone they know. But now that we've worked a little bit on them, now they're down to just one guy. We've got his minions down, so now it's just Ancient Ka the Soulless. Alright, we're at 20 now. At 24, we need to take a point into Summon Resist and a point into Decrypify. So 21, 22, 23, 24. Yep, time to start the lines here. And then we'll be able to get Decrypt. And that Decrypify is a curse that, over and above everything else, debuffs them for some stuff. Alright, so for some stuff. Their attack speed and movement is very influential and sort of like the bread and butter boss curse to keep them slowed so they can't go too nuts. There's our little runes. I just need an F. But perhaps we'll get one. We don't have to have it. It's a very good rune word. You can wear a stealth like... I'm pretty sure I have a character that's level 70 still wearing one. It's real good. And the thing about the F rune is it's, you know, it's very common. We just haven't seen one yet. I don't think I've had an L rune drop either. It's kind of funny. Aura enchanted? Oh, it's the. I'm like, they have blessed aim. It's not that bad of an aura. That one just increases their attack rating, but not the damage. And of course, hitting you slightly more often is bad, but it's not as bad as being hit for a surprisingly large amount. And we do a monster shrine to generate another big guy. Excuse me. Alright, that went quick. First of all, don't ever call me on the phone. But if you ever do call me on the phone, if you don't identify yourself, just like broadly you, if you don't identify yourself immediately, if you don't talk, I'm hanging up on you. You have to talk. You don't get to call me and then not talk. 28 inches of snow and still going. Yeah, I saw in the news that if I need an F. Alas. Oh, you know, more Ith runes. Ith is fine, right? Max damage, 15% damage taken goes to mana is irrelevant for us and indeed most people, but the max damage theoretically can be fine. Yeah, exactly. They're like, you haven't responded to the letter that we sent you about your 2019 Kia Cadenza. I'm like, I don't own one of those. And they're like, oh, would you like to? What kind of car do you have? Would you like to give us the VIN number? What's your date of birth? Like, get out. Just get out. Scam calls are funny, but, you know, not in a fun way. Because once upon a time, I was a telemarketer, right? I sold stuff over the phone. That's what I did for a living for, you know, a few years back, you know, 15 years ago. But, you know, the fun thing about that is we were selling people stuff and, like, you know, because we're legitimately selling them things. So I was quite open about it, you know, as we're supposed to be. So they would be like, is this some kind of thing? I'm like, no, I'm trying to get you to give me money. I'm like, this is all about me taking your money from you, and then we're going to give you something. This is not, like, you didn't win anything, you know, like, this is the terms. And if somebody won't tell you that they want your money, and you can tell they want your money, get away from them. Because a salesman's annoying, but a person who won't say that they're trying to sell you something, that's a scammer. Do we close our... Yeah, we're just going to close our guys in there. No, they'll open the door for us. How thoughtful. Warp Shank the Hunter. Alright, and just like that, we ran through all of our mana pots, because that is the Corpse Explosion life. But we got some more. And, like, do we push for Decrypt? Decrypt's in, like, 4 levels. That's a lot of tomb running. I think, honestly, I mean, I think we could have beat Duriel at level 12. But, you know, the longer we wait, the better. But I'm not bored of running tombs. I actually find them exhilarating because you get to a doorway like this, and you get to spam the Corpse Explode and just watch the bodies hit the floor, watch the bodies hit the floor. And, you know... Somebody should make a song like that. I mean, they shouldn't. There'd be no need. Ooh, here's the snowblower now. Nice! No shoveling for you. Yeah, that sounds like a long job anyway, even with the snowblower. I remember when I lived in New York, my roommates who shoveled, because I worked at home, just like... coming in like drenched in sweat after being in the snow. And I'm like, hard working? And I guess, like, you know, this is grim, but I guess like every year people like have like severe health complications because like it's very like physically intensive to shovel the snow, and I guess, you know, they're not up for it. You know, it's not funny, but it's like, you know, any time you get too old to do something sucks. And we corpse bust the door, as is tradition. And once again, we already have to go get more potions because we just burned through them. But that's alright. That is how it's done. Hey, we got a cold resist spell charm. I'm gonna carry it too. I'm like, poison to 75. Oh, we have a shrine, obviously. Obviously. Don't love this doorway with a firewall on it. That's like something I would do. This is like the classic nightmare setup for a room, right? Hey, Thomas, how's it going? Because you get unravels in the corners that they can see the door and resurrect, but you know it's pretty hard for your guys to make it around at them. But you know, all you gotta do is get 1 or 2 dudes on them, stick an amp damage, and before long, you know you're gonna be eating your supper in the middle of the desert, as is tradition. Necro run going super well. Here at the end of Act 2, we're just doing zones that we don't have to do. There are 7 tombs of Talrasha that are the final zone before the boss. Only one of them is the true tomb, which you figure out which it is from, like, you know, completing the quest. So we're doing the other tombs because they're all very dense with enemies and experience before we go on to fight the Act boss, who is a very frustrating boss. Will probably be totally fine. It's just, it's a very small arena and he slows you down. So it can be very tense. It's not like Diablo, who's hyper dangerous, but at least like you can pace the fight. You know how fast he's gonna be. He can't lock you in place or anything. But Duriel, if he gets you, like he'll really get you. Could you figure it out? Yeah, there's only 7 of them, so you just, you know, the thing is you can't get to the boss without the items. You can't get to this zone without getting the items and getting to the place that tells you what the correct tomb is going to be. So it's like, you can figure it out from trial and error, but the game... You cannot get to the area. You have to teleport into the area. You can't walk to it. So you have to get all the information to know what to do before it'll let you even get here. However, you can't, when you, because the symbols are written in, like, in the background of the previous zone, and the one that's not written down is the symbol of the true tomb, right? Because it's the secret symbol. And that's how you can figure it out. Like, if you're not on the quest, because right now I can just go to the quest, and it'll be like, bam, that's the symbol of the true tomb of Talrasha. And then the quest explains, you know, the missing sign is the one there, because it's the sign of the Mage Clans and stuff. So, but the thing is, and the reason why it doesn't matter, is because the tombs are good for experience, but Duriel, the Act boss, is the worst character in the game to farm for items. He never drops anything good. Oh my god, he never, ever drops anything good. To the point where, so, say a Mephisto run takes me 45 seconds, right? If a Duriel run took me 10 seconds, I still wouldn't do them. if it was 5 times as fast as my normal Magic Find run, because everything Duriel drops sucks. Everybody, he's the worst. This is not like a superstition thing or me being bitter about bad luck. Everything he drops is bad. Yeah, it's kind of a meme. If you were to search like why are Duriel drops bad Diablo 2, there would definitely be people talking about it on the internet. Like it is a known thing. You can get like rares, but it's like his percentage to drop like uniques and set it doesn't feel like the other act bosses do. Farming the Act 1 boss is a thing you can do for very solid items. You know, they're not amazing because, you know, it's Act 1 normal and, you know, the rewards are perpetuate. But, like, Act 1 normal boss farming Andy will get you better stuff than Duriel will. But, honestly, if you are farming Duriel, I would expect to get better things out of the random dudes on the way than I would off of the boss. And if I get something good from him today, I'm still going to keep on talking my trash. You know, my antipathy is built from a long selection of statistics, and he can't just turn over a new leaf in one day and make me believe in him, you know. But if he wants to drop me something good, Frosties? Mm-hmm. Little frost chances? Hmm? Send special results route. Well, I hope it is the news that you are looking for. University serves the best. Yeah. You know, I guess everybody's trying to go to the same place. Not much of an excuse for them to not get it done, though. Oh, this room's bad. Let's just back up. Yeah, this is much better. We'll drag them a little bit further here. Oh. Champ Unravelers. That's nasty. Oh, we're in danger. We're in danger. Rejuve. We need to get out. Alright. That was sketch. That was very, very sketch. Super, super dangerous. Obviously, we're going back in. It's less dangerous if everyone is with us. Still very dangerous, as we see there. I have a really big HP pool compared to the level, and that's the only reason I would be willing to do that. 223 is a bunch of hit points for this point in the game for Necro. I mean, you just get it by putting, you know, points into Vitality. You could have even more, but that was still... It was not wise to run into that room. We should have been more deliberate. I didn't know they were champion Unraveleds, and that's the kind of thing that'll kill you. That's That's exactly the sort of mistake that'll be the last one you make. I need to learn how to play on the keyboard and mouse again, as in my youth. Because with them, it's a lot easier to check mods on enemies. You know, it's a lot easier to do a lot of things, but it's not easier to play the whole game. Man, they just keep dropping these Neph runes. Neph rune is an interesting rune. It gives knockback in a weapon and like missile resist or something somewhere else, but knockback in a weapon can be very good indeed. And it's, you know, it's available at like level 13, no, 7, 13, I think. Which, because knockback is the same amount of powerful throughout the entire game functionally, is pretty interesting. Let me pick up the potion. We'll just come back for it. Alright, here, I guess we'll get to level 21 on the way in, and then we'll just try to get it done. Alright, that's not the way in. I mean, it is. It's not the way in we wanted. Let's check for wands again real quick. Expensive. Yeah, nothing that are really jumping out at me, right? I mean, this one's okay. You know, but it's basically just a trade across. Wish the golem was hardier. We'll see. We'll see if we die or not. Alright. On to face our future. There's one more tomb we could do, but I guess we'll just do that now. The true tomb of Taurasha. Champion Gorebelly, as soon as we get in, it's a brawl. break on through to the other side. Like, if I can't find where the guy that's resurrected him is, I'll just blow up everybody between here and him. Ain't too proud. I like how some of the urns are called urn, and some of them are called large urn. And I'm not sure what the difference is besides that. You know, I'd be asking, is it wise to do what you did there and go to a menu while you're here? No. On keyboard and mouse, your menu is like this. So you can quite casually, you know, go here, you know, okay, I need to, you know, do this. You can still look at everything, right? But on this, they decided to make it so you can't see, which is crazy. Because to me, a huge part of Diablo is this move here. You know, you're running around, you're like, all right, I need to, you know, get my things in. You know, you're just running around, but I get there's got to be some way we can try to, like, do they have, like, hotkeys that are, like, smart casts where I can just hit, like, an H and, like, do, like, a golem or something? I don't know. I'll have to work it out. Because the further we get in hardcore, the more important it'll be that we actually can get information by looking at things. Because if you see a pack and you don't check it and you die, that's your fault. There are packs where in hell where if you see them, you are supposed to lose. Like you're supposed to leave the game or die. Talrasha is an ancient mage. He does not show up, but he's like... Talrasha would have been sealed, I don't know, like 1,000 years ago or something. He was a guy, but a very powerful mage, and he delved too greedily and too deep. And basically, he was sealed away eternally by every other wizard in the world. You know, that kind of story. So he has, like, his artifacts that are, like, for sorceresses and stuff, but, like... He was a big bad dude. He doesn't show up in any of the games, I don't think. Talrasha's dead. Yeah, you don't fight him. This is where he was buried, but you don't find Talrasha here. You find Duriel, who is one of the siblings of Diablo, I think. He's not a primeval. There's 3 primevals. It's Baal, Diablo, and Mephisto. Duriel's less important. He's like the Lord of Pain, I think. But, when you get here, you're not expecting that he's going to be there at all. But yeah, and then, like, in 3, Talrasha's, like, tombs and stuff, that's a thing that you do a lot, but I don't think you fight him in 3. You might fight, like, somebody that's trying to, like, resurrect him, though. But no, I remember being quite surprised when I first played it, because I expected, you know... This whole thing is about Talrasha. The whole thing is like, you get this staff to put on the altar, you know, like the whole act is about the story of Talrasha and his sealing in the tomb. And you know, and then later, you know, it's a bit of misdirection. Hey, Neo. The eponymous necromancer is still with us. Corpse explosions! Boom, boom. Oh, man, I love a good corpse explosion. Nothing like it. Because the way that a Necro can turn, like, a blob fight that looks like maybe it's going nowhere into a room with nothing but loot. Mwah. Is it as flashy as a meteor orb, Sork? No. But it can get play against anything. Alright, there are summoners and stuff in there. We're going to try to crack the door, though. Because if we can, then we'll just walk right in, right? Yeah, I think we will. Beautiful. Yes. There on the other side of the world from us, it is indeed night. But I can't help but say good morning. I, as a matter of course, say good morning to people, friends and stuff, no matter what time of day it is. Three-socket sword, that's useless. We need a 4, which won't be useful just yet, but we'll be able to make a spirit, hopefully, like, you know, before we get too deep into Nightmare. No, you know, in the beginning of The Hobbit, not the movie, who cares, but the book, you know, when Gandalf shows up, he's like, good morning. It's like, do you mean that it's a good morning? Or do you mean that I should have a good morning? Or do you mean that it is a morning to be good on? And Bill was like, good morning. And, but no, I just like to say that to people. In general, although you'll see me on the internet be like, hey, how's it going? In real life, I usually don't ask people how they are. Because in real life, I prefer people not to ask me. Because I prefer to tell the truth. And often I am, like, deeply upset because of the way that I am as a person. So, like, when I'm, like, friends with a person, like, actual friends, one of the things I'm like, look, you gotta stop asking me how I'm doing, because I might just tell you, and I would prefer not to. So how about we just say, good morning? Like, my friends will know if I don't actually like somebody that much, if we're, like, out somewhere and I see them, because I'll be like, hey, how's it going? They'll be like, ah, an acquaintance. Real friends, of course, have specific greetings. Like, if I walk into a room and I see one, I'll be like, hey, dog. You know. And then, and that's how somebody knows that I'm there. It's a Chappelle Show reference. Only that one was about the General Cornrow Wallace and the smudging of the sneakers that led to a gang war. But we adopted the A-dog as a greeting long ago and have maintained it ever since. Did I know Viggo Mortensen broke his foot? Yes, that is a famous movie trivia thing, but yes, I did know that. Meaning out in the Two Towers, when he, in frustration, kicks the helmet when they're looking for the hobbits. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard! No, old Viggo. I quite like him as an actor. You know, I haven't seen all of his movies. He's in a lot of them, but I like bunches of them. He did a turn in this film called A History of Violence that I thought was really strange, but I liked it. I thought he did a good job. I remember, like, I saw it in theaters because my friend, maybe it was based on like a graphic novel or something. I don't recall, but my friend really wanted to go see it, and we went. And I remember that I did not think that it was going where it ended up going. It's one of those classic little, you know, a guy in a small town that works at the diner, you know, gets on the news for being a hero, and then his past catches up with him. But, you know, cooler than it sounds. Explosion. 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 Explosion! No, the internet has done wonders for people's knowledge of trivia. Of course, sometimes it makes me think that I know stuff because I know one fact about it. And I'm like, no, I know all about bananas, you know? Gros Michel, United Fruit Company. No, I actually know a lot about bananas. That's a terrible example. as you may be aware, Thomas, but maybe not, bananas were an important part of New World history, and like the mid late 1800s and early 1900s. An incredibly large amount of incredibly bad behavior by U.S. government and companies was done to extract value in the form of fruit from Central and South America. Like, an incredible amount of bad behavior. I'm not trying to gloss over, like, mass murder and stuff, but that's what I mean. Just so bad. There's a phrase in a store, which is the worst name for a store. The phrase is called Banana Republic, and it was coined to talk about the places that we being America, the United States of America, and our companies, chiefly the United Fruit Company, would prop up, and yeah. So basically, it would be like you do whatever you want here, but we're getting our bananas, right? Just straight up colonial resource extraction in the form of fruit. And as I know rather a lot about the history of labor and the abuses of it, that is why I know a lot about bananas. I've written a paper about such things once upon a time. But yeah, exactly. That's the story of bananas. But as educated people would know, the story of every commodity is written in blood. Oh, what wonderful silk! Well, let me tell you something about this silk thing. You know, and so on for anything. But that, you know, that's the heart of darkness in humanity, right? Is that anything worth something is worth taking from someone for a person who doesn't have morals. Who are, sadly, you can find people like that everywhere and every time, and, well, to the detriment of all those who have to interact with them. Yeah, the old Silk Road. In elementary school, they're like, yeah, you know, the goods just traveled up and down it. I'm like, is there a broader context? They're like, nope, it was a peaceful way for goods to move. I'm like, I don't know. I've heard stories about the steppes of Eurasia, and I feel like you're skipping over something. But me, an enthusiastic amateur who has an enthusiastic amateur interest in Mongolian history, you know, it's always interesting the way some people try to tell the story of the world. I'm like, that's not how it went. Because, like, look, I'm not an expert, but, like, I know some. And I'm like, no. But then, you know, the thing about Mongolia is they get blamed for a lot of stuff they didn't do. Because, like, not to put too fine a point on it, but a lot of people could not tell the difference between people from Mongolia and people from Turkey, even though that is so far away. Like, so far away. So you have, like, what I would think of as, like, Turkic, like, sort of Ottoman-era stuff that comes over, and then, in the case of Indian history, I think, like, the Mughal Empire, right? I'm not an expert on Indian language, but I think Mughal means, like, Mongol, but, like, those guys weren't from Mongolia, and they weren't even, like, the descendant of the tribes of Genghis Khan, Temujin, who, like, moved across. Like, they're from, like, over in Turkey, and it's so interesting that a prejudice against Mongolia as such could persist, even though, like, those dudes weren't from there. Which, again, like, somebody did show up, and they rode horses, and you might have thought they looked like Mongolians, but that doesn't, like... It's the other whole side of Asia, right? And Asia's so big. But that's just one of those things. Because to a person who just got everything burned down by guys on horses who shot arrows, they sound like Mongolians to me. They do. And I know a lot about Mongolians. They still sound exactly like Mongolians to me. But it doesn't make them Mongolians. Like, steppe archers were a thing for, you know, a couple thousand years, and they did super well. Let me look it up real quick, but I'm gonna say no. Okay, so it says he's descended from him, but like, where is he from, right? Because Babur would have been born 290 years or so after Temujin, right? So that to me, yeah, I would say doesn't matter. But I guess it just sort of depends on how you want to define things. But I would say that calling them Mongolians, yeah, like just from a quick look, look, there's an argument to be made, I guess, but 300 years after a guy, how Mongolian is he? How much is he related? But yeah, so exactly, like that's because it just depends, right? Because definitions are weird. Like, how do we say, what makes a Persian? When did they happen? And if the Mongolians took over Persia in 1230, and then 300 years later, those guys went and took over somewhere, it's like, my comparison would be, do you blame Britain for what America did in South America? The United States of America. And I would say, no, that doesn't make sense, right? That's the direct line I would take, which is why I brought it up with the perception of things, right? Because from the perspective of someone in South America, maybe the United States is exactly the same as Britain, but we haven't been that country for a couple hundred years, and I'm sure Britain doesn't want to be blamed for the bad things that we have done. Just like no country wants to be blamed for the iniquities of somebody else. And that's the weird thing about time, right? Because as I perceive like the Mughal Empire and how it's felt about in India, and I don't know, I just know some people. It's that it did we even get the staff? I keep on walking in and not grabbing the staff. Hilarious. I keep on getting distracted. It represents sort of like the beginning of what could be thought of as sort of a national humiliation, right? The conquering by a foreign people who worshipped in a different system and who set up shop for quite some time, and a lot of like, I could totally see like blaming a through line, to the British Raj from the Mughals happening in the first place. So it's like it sort of looms really large in the national story. And for that reason, if we're blaming Genghis Khan for it, that's a good shorthand, right? Because Temujin was all over everything. He's the famous conqueror. And, like, being related to, like, Tamerlane, like, that's cool, but, they point to Temujin. But, like, again, 300 years is a long time. I'm related to a lot of guys from 300 years ago, but I'm not Norse. And if I put an army together and took over Greenland, a terrible example. If I put an army together and took over Iceland, just because once upon a time I might have been related to Eric the Red, that doesn't make it right. Like, I'm still a thief. I'm still a brigand. Our claims to the past are only worth what they're worth. And I did it again. Oh my goodness. Because I'm so interested in this story, we're just going to walk back and forth and not get the staff. We're going to get it this time. Wow. Talking about one of my favorite things. History. Because, again, history is a set of stories that we tell people about the way that the world is. In a lot of cases, that's all that it is. So the power of the stories is a certain way. There's a large amount of what I would call American myth. We're going to get a bunch of these potions to drink and give to the merc, where it tells the story of our nation in a way that couldn't have possibly been true. And the most cursory look at it shows like the ugliness and the cruelty that is underneath it. But every country has that because every nation wants to explain its history in a way that makes them look like they exhibit their own cultural values. And they want their enemies to look bad. Even if their enemies aren't that bad. The example here I would use would be like the Franco-Prussian War, which was fought because they wanted the land in the middle, but not because either side was good or bad. They were both bad, you know? And in most wars, indeed, almost all wars, both sides are bad. It's not like a both sides bad like in politics. It's like both sides are actually very bad. And it's really only a few wars. Wars of national freedom, are the best example, or a couple of super ugly ones in the 19th and 20th century about the freedom of human beings, more broadly, or, you know, the depredations of fascism, which were very clear-cut. But in general, most wars are not really about anything that matters to anyone. It's just power. It's just money. So it's surprising. It's not surprising to find moralizing about them, but it is surprising to me to see the way that it goes around the world, right? Because a lot of people wouldn't think, you know, hey, this country has a beef with the Netherlands. But if you look at history, you'll be like, oh yeah, obviously. Why wouldn't they? Zhao Ming is from Total Warhammer. Yeah, I mean, Zhao Ming's literally a dragon. Temujin would have been impressed. Temujin would have worked for him. The thing about Genghis Khan's life story, which is fascinating, and I would love to tell you from beginning to end right now, is that at no point was it clear that he was going to be the big bad of the world's history until it started happening. He was born incredibly poor. He lived as a slave for a while. He had like a big old like collar, like a wooden collar thing around his neck. It was a whole thing. Temujin came from nothing. All right, but we can't talk about this because we have to fight the act boss. All right. We give him the durational stack. This will give him cold resist, and we've got cold resist. And now it is time to brawl. All right, Duriel. All right, so we got the maiden rolling. He's cracking through the skellies. We got the maiden rolling. Get the golem up. If we keep summoning the golems and the skeletons, all right, time to bail. And that is how you fight Duriel. We're just going to go get more skeletons. If he focuses on Fuzzle, he'll kill him in like 2 hits. And we just need the maiden damage, so... Oh, we took the long way here. But he doesn't heal while we're gone. We're just going to find some guys. Come on, guys. Come on. Some guys. There we are. The skeletons, you expend mana and you have to have a body. Like a corpse on the ground. So you have to kill something to get a skeleton. You can't just get one. There's never a way to just generate a skeleton. You can't even get on like a special item or anything that lets you do it. Exactly, exactly. Alright, and we... Cold resist at 56, really? Maybe the potion's still active. Anyway, we're going to go put a couple more on. Yeah, it must have been the potion, but we're going to do it because, look. Because we deserve it. Whoops. The mage skeletons, yeah, they are a whole different ability. They're bad. That's their whole thing, is they're just bad. Another maiden there. We got him down to half health. We probably only have to do this one more time. Fuzzle's getting trucked. Let's bounce out real quick. We don't want to have to resurrect him. And here, we just heal up the skellies real quick. Get on there, get on there. One guy, come on now. And here, we'll probably just maiden him down with the golem. Because, yep, there we go. And that is how to kill Duriel. It's all about Iron Maiden. Yeah, bosses in this game don't heal. No mobs in this game heal until very late in. They have bosses called, like, the Ubers. They're just what they sound like. So here we get a bunch of rare stuff that all sucks. And this rare shield is probably bad, too. Anyway, Duriel never drops anything good. That's, like, the law. But yeah, so, like, Diablo, there's one fight in the game that's in the normal game called the Ancients fight, where the 3 statues come to life and you have to fight them. If you put a town portal down there, the fight resets. So you have to do it in one. But everything else, including Diablo and Bale, yeah, you can just bounce out, heal up, get more guys, and they'll be in the same repair as before. Sometimes it can feel like you're being a little cheeky by town portaling out in the fight, but I actually believe that that's 100% what you're supposed to do in this game. You know, they wouldn't let you do it in every boss arena except one if they had a problem with it. Not that the intention of the developer matters over much to me, but speaking of the intention, it is my intention to go to Act 3. Mwahaha. Where we will feast or have a famine. Oh yeah, we got to talk to the guy. I know how to play the game. I know how to play the game. But yeah, sorry, to go back to Xiaoming. Yeah, so Temujin didn't become who he was because he didn't want to work for anybody. He did it because he was betrayed a few times by people, and then he didn't want to work for anybody. Xiaoming doesn't seem like the sort of overlord, to treat his capable assistants poorly, or tell him that they're gonna, get a marriage into the family and then try to kill him. That was a fun one. A guy that he had known like for a long time. I forget his name, but he invited him to a meeting under false auspices and was going to have him killed. And then they found out about it on the way, but like they had to bail, and they like didn't have their horses. Like they were like in the wilderness. They were screwed. And then, as the legend goes, there was like a lone horse that was running around, and they managed to capture it. So and then boil it, so they had some food, and that's how they put the things back together again. Now, I don't know if I exactly believe it, but that's the story. But the thing with Xiaoming specifically is Xiaoming isn't weak, and Temujin was surrounded by weaklings and traitors by his perspective. So a strong person who didn't betray him, I don't think he would have had a problem with it. And now it's time for a beautiful Act 3. It's green. You know it's good because it's green. The shaman casters can be super annoying because the fire breath can hit like everybody. But depending on how it is, just as long as it doesn't hit you, you're fine. But to circle back around, just like to the last time for the Mughal thing, so the interesting thing there, right, is I don't think you can divorce like the feelings of the Mughals as like a Muslim entity as conquerors from the reality of the rest of it, right? And because I identify very much the ideals of like the Mongolian World War with religious freedom, because that's what they had. Like basically anyone who says they're Mongolian but they don't let people have religious freedom, like that's not very Mongolian of them. You know, they were definitely culturally influenced somewhere else. Temujin would never. Visible lack of spiders in the forest of spiders. Well, you know, they're underground. Hey, there we go. Here's the eye, just what we needed. But like, so for the people that generated Babur to be associated with Genghis Khan, like, Khan burned down all of their stuff, right? Khan, and then later, like, Ogatai and Subutai and stuff. Like, the incredible wealth of Central Asian Muslim nations was almost utterly destroyed by the Mongols. And then, like, the people that sort of put back the pieces together there eventually generated the guy called Babur. And so, like, it's pretty interesting, you know? The guy who's the heir to the land that got burned down by the original group gets identified with the original group. History's interesting that way, you know? Because how do you decide where somebody's from? Like, I'm an American, so if anybody comes here and lives here, they're an American too. So it's easy for me. But it's different for, like a Frenchman, right? Like, I don't think it's so easy to... I can't just, like, move to French and become France. France and become French. I don't think. I'm not rich enough. If I was rich, they'd probably let me. How does kind of slips between the Roman Empire to speak? Well, I think... I mean, not tons. The plague would be the real move, right? They wouldn't have very good defenses against plague. Just the general illness would wreak havoc. You could probably put like 400 Scaven slaves in Rome itself, which was incredibly high in population density, and then I figure they would probably just kill the whole city, which is not the same as defeating Rome on the battlefield, but hey, you know, biological warfare is the Scaven specialty. Plague people are... No, the Scaven are rats. They don't need people to spread a plague. I don't know that has ever been substantiated. Although, like, there are definitely accounts in, like, Europe of occasionally, like, sending some dudes' heads over the wall, or, like, in the Crusades and stuff. Humans, yeah, I don't know the plague thing specifically with, like, catapults as such. I don't know. Intentionally moving massive populaces towards a place in order to cause disease and hunger, yes, that was the Mongolian way. That was their, like, preferred siege tactic, right? They would go to, like, a big city, and rather than worry about it, they would just force everybody out, and then they would keep forcing them at the front of their armies, right? And then as they go to the next place to try to put, their lives back together, they just create more stress on all of those environments as well. Of course, anyone useful would have been placed into what we call a system of unfree labor to be useful to the powers that be. In real life, did they through W walls? I think... Alright, so I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure the Mongolians didn't. And if they did, I am reasonably certain that it would not have happened in, like, the 1200 to 1250 to 1300 year band. This is just because of like Mongolian cultural ways, but I don't think they did. I feel like I've read like papers that dove into it and decided that there wasn't a good reason to believe it happened. Mongolians of the time period had serious, very serious, like cultural and spiritual taboos against human remains and human blood. Right, like they would not have willingly gathered up bodies for any purpose. Right, they would not have done it. Any story that involves like Mongolians of the era of the Mongol World War doing a bunch of stuff that involves like cutting up bodies is almost certainly untrue. Like, okay, a lot of people don't like blood. They hated blood. There's a famous, in Mongolian circles, story of Temujin. Early in his career, he had been fighting and he got struck with an arrow that he believed to be poisoned. And he was on the ground, like overnight, just feeling like miserable. And someone was there beside him trying to suck the poison out of the wound and spitting the blood out on the ground, right? Because they don't want to imbibe the blood or the poison themselves. And then after some time of this, where this person is trying to save his life, Temujin looks over them with like annoyance and disgust, as like, couldn't you have spit the blood somewhere else? But so Mongolians, as such, early on didn't have siege tactics of their own, not like weapons and stuff. They acquired them through their conquest of northern China. In the system of unfree labor that characterized the Mongol conquest, people that had engineering expertise or any kind of artisanship were made the property of the tribes or whoever the warlord was there, just whoever got it divvied up. There's a whole system for distributing all the money out and all. But I would say definitely people said the Mongolians did it, but that doesn't mean it happened. There are large amounts of accounts of the enormities of enemies that turn out to not be true. Sometimes people are just as bad as they sound on the paper, but often it's a little more complex. But just as a general rule, if a story about the Mongolians involves them like cutting off someone's head, didn't happen. They didn't roll that way. Mongolians threw people into rivers, like in bags. They liked to roll people up in carpets and kick them until they weren't people anymore. And they would like roll you up in a carpet and build a gare on top of you, and you would get crushed while they like had a party. Those were the typical methods of execution. You'll note that none of them involve blood at all getting around you, and never could. The whole bow obsession, Mongolians didn't want to fight hand to hand. They had like wrestling, Bok it's called. They still have Bok. But the no like martial arts associated with weapons beyond the bow as we would associate them, with the guy with the sword, dancing around and being graceful. There's not that in the Mongol tradition. Spider forest, arachnid layer. We're gonna go. We don't need to be here, but we're here, and there'll be a chest. The arachnid layer is nice. These places are nice because they're spread out enough to where our guys can actually generate power. You think Throg would come when he gets every civilization? Yeah, probably. No, the Mongols would probably match up pretty well against Norska. because they're even more mobile than Norska is. They don't care about the water, except for that one time they tried to invade Japan, and man, oh man, did that not work. And that other time they kind of tried to invade Japan, and man, oh man, did that not work. And then after that, they stopped messing with the boats. You know, I like boats, but I'm not like a man of the sea or anything. But I will say that I know enough about boats to know that people that don't know boats often think that getting on a boat and going across an ocean wouldn't be that hard to do. And it would. It would be that hard to do. Her script. Well, I'm pretty sure we associated that first with Parthia. Or maybe, you know, Parthia, or maybe Scythia, which would have been, you know, the horse archers that Rome was dealing with. Shout out to Andrew Bird and his wonderful song Scythian Empire. Andrew Bird is a musical artist. I don't know him personally. He doesn't know who I am. But I am a big fan. He plays the violin, and he's a virtuoso whistler. And he also has a wonderful song called Scythian Empire. 4 all to life and 8 all resists. I'll lose a fast cast for that. 4 to life? I mean, yeah. Do we drop belt slots for 20 life and fast cast? That's tricky. Losing belt slots is the worst. Because every time you lose a belt slot, you know, you've got to think about that belt slot for the rest of time. At level 8 it would be fine though. 20 life at level 8 is a lot of life. We got this little Jade Bird here for 20 HP. Oh, no, not him. It's Meshif. And then we bring that up to HCore. I remember. Vaguely. No. Mongolia stuff's so cool. They just have, like, all these really interesting stories. And one day, if I ever finish the poem I'm writing, which I probably never will, I don't know. Maybe I'll share it with y'all if it ever finishes. I'm kind of sort of working on 2 at different points, because early on in Temujin's life, he and his other brother Bekter is the name of the brother that gets shot, and yeah, so they killed him in a field basically. There's a little bit more complexity to it, but that's what happened, and I working on a piece about that. And then there's this other one where Buri the wrestler, one thing leads to another, and there's like a big party of some various tribes. This is before the ascendancy of the Mongol tribe, right? So there's a lot of what we would think of as Mongolian now, but like Mongolian is, the Mongols were one specific tribe, and there were lots of tribes. The Mongolians were not the strongest one in what we would call Mongolia now, right? The peoples of the steppes. So they were just a player there, and there was a big old party, and there was this other group that was there. And Belgatai was guarding the horses, and then somebody shows up to steal the horses. And Belgatai pulls the collar of his deal down. Deal's like the tunic name, which is like a challenge to wrestle, right? And he recognizes Buri, and he's like, "Oh, you're the greatest wrestler. You know, I'll wrestle you, and then, you know, if you beat me or whatever, then you can have the horses." Buri pulls out a sword and cuts him in the shoulder, right? Which, we've talked about Mongols and blood, right? Making a Mongolian bleed is incredibly insulting, and also, like, it was a violation of the challenge, essentially. You know, it was a dishonor there to Belgatai that he had been attacked with a weapon when he had issued a manly wrestling challenge, right? And one thing leads to another, and somewhat later, there has been battles, and Temujin wins. The Mongols are ascendant, and this other tribe that Buri's a member of is getting subsumed into the Mongolian system. Well, he challenged them to wrestle. He was guarding the horses, and Buri just slashes him, right? Buri, famous for being the wrestler. Buri the wrestler, he's called. So, one thing leads to another, and there's a big feast. And Temujin arranges for a wrestling match to happen between Belgatai and Buri. And Buri throws the match, right? He understands what's going on here is that he has to lose for the pride of the other person to be, restored. He knows he insulted him with the sword and all, made him bleed his own blood. So he takes a fall. So, a signal from Temujin, and then Belgatai breaks Buri's back. Drives his knee in, breaks his back. A broken back in the steppes is a death sentence. And it was one. And Belgatai takes Buri from the middle of the ring and just, drags him out and leaves him on the outskirts of the party and leaves him there. And that's the end of Buri the wrestler. So, you got the first part of the poem, which is just all the setup, and the second part, which is the wrestling match, and then the third part, which is like the extended monologue of Belgatai as he's dragging him there, where, he just sort of bitterly explains that, how his arm hurts and stuff, and, the insult that he suffered and so on. And at the end, something like awful, look at the sky, Buri, look at the yellow moon. And then you end there. Anyway, I haven't worked it on. I'm just still working on it. But anyway, that's the story of that one. And in my Minecraft hardcore world, how we have the golem Belgatai that guards the horses. That's that story there. But you'll note in the story, of course, that the... Did I get the Flare Jungle thing? Yeah. The punishment for cutting him is not getting cut. It's death. But he doesn't use a sword. Because that's not the way. Yeah. I do have the ghast called Genghis Khan, and that is why Belgatai is there, and that's why Belgatai guards the horses. That's the whole story going on there. It's all a part of one big story, right? Man, my skellies are falling. Resurrect, resurrect. Water Watchers are incredibly annoying because it's hard to get on them. They don't have tons of hit points, but, it's just tricky to get the position to hit them. Indeed. But yeah, but I mean, like, the modern equivalent, think, if there's a guy who's known for being a boxer and, you were in, like a boxing society, and then you challenge him, like, he tries to steal your stuff, you're like, hey, let's throw down, and then he shoots you in the shoulder, like, that's not how it's done, We're fisticuff sorts, But that story gets echoed later in Mongolian history. There was this shaman guy, I forget his name, but he was getting more and more prominent and basically was poisoning Temujin's head with all of his lies or whatever, and was displacing Temujin's brothers and like getting his own brothers, because I think he had like some huge number, like 12 brothers or something this dude did, and was like making his own family aggrandized at the cost of the ruling family. And then there's this great story when Temujin's mom, like, he had his brother like tied up like in a corner basically, and like took his hat away and stuff, and would, very shameful to take away their hat. And Temujin's mom shows up, and she goes off on him. She goes right in, puts the hat on her kid's head, unties him, like undoes her shirt, and is like, "You like I'm your mother. Like this is what gave you life here. How dare you treat your family this way?" And then shortly afterward, Temujin arranged a wrestling match between his brother and that shaman dude, and then that brother got to break the shaman's back and drag him out, and that was the end of that guy's power. Another very Mongolian story. And if you hear a story like that about Mongolian history, where someone insults somebody else and then they end up being dragged out to die of exposure in a forest, or just like on the steps under the sky, that one sounds real every time. Exactly, there goes another back. That was their preferred way, because a broken back is a death sentence. You can't ride a horse. You're gone on the steps. But no blood. So there's our Mongolian historical analytical framework. The presence of blood makes the execution story immediately suspect, or any interaction with the human body while it's dead also makes it suspect. They preferred to put them somewhere and then walk away, and who knows what happened. After Temujin and his younger brother murdered their older brother in the field, they just left his body there. And the fallout from that is why those people's that guy's family, the other parts of his family came and ended up enslaving Temujin as a young man, was as a punishment for his murder of their relative. Anyway, Mongolian history's fascinating. The parts I know of it anyway. The parts I don't know are probably interesting too. But I know much more about, like, the immediate Mongol era than, like, I'm not, like, any kind of expert on, like, the Golden Horde or something. Although I know enough about them to annoy people on the internet when they're like, you can't win a war in Russia. I'm like, the Golden Horde ruled it for, like, 300 years. I just think they're cool. I mean, not like all the robbing and the murdering and all of that stuff. That's all bad. But riding on horses a lot, that's excellent. The idea is when you fight a land war in Asia, you don't win. It's a line from The Princess Bride, but people just think, oh, if you invade Russia, then you'll lose because everybody loses because the land's bad. It's because they don't know history. There's a lot of stuff like that. People have these silly little, oh boy, that was a lot of damage to take. These memes, for lack of a better word, that people seize on, right? Where I like work with people who joke about the French not being good at doing war when France has one of the strongest military records in world history. Like, literally Napoleon, and they're trying to be like, France is bad. Or like, Napoleon fails to invade Russia, so they use that as the idea that even Napoleon couldn't do it, but like, kind of a different setup there, isn't it? But it's just funny because like people regularly won wars with Russia or forced them to make concessions in wars. It happened all the time. Naval engagements as well. There's an incredibly funny thing that happened once upon a time where 21 fire resist on a jewel. We'll hold on to that. Where the Tsar of Russia affected, I think it was Nicholas too, affected an armada to sail all the way from like the freaking Baltics around the world to Japan to brawl, and then they just got absolutely schwammered. It took them so long to get there, and Japan was like 100% ready, and they just got absolutely mauled. I think that was in the first Russo-Japanese War. But there's stuff that sounds like pithy, and you're like, oh, now I know one thing about the Crusades, and and then you just sort of go with that. And I feel like that's people feeling that you can't win a land war in Russia when you absolutely can, and people have. It's just so silly too, because I'm like, what about when the Mongolians took it and the Golden Horde? What about when the Russians took it back? Did that not count either? Come on now. Both of those are winning. But like the person telling dumb jokes about the French said, well, it's just a joke, you know. You don't have to like think about it. I'm like, but France is good at Napoleon. Marshal Ney. Charlemagne. So the waypoints at the end of the spider forest, we get right to the flare jungle from it, and we've already got our thing. We're just gonna back up a little bit and let it keep on rolling. We hit the Gid bin. Where are the guys? Possessed rat man. They're immune to curses, the possessed ones are, which stinks too. My streams are not monetized. I had them for like a bit, but no, you have to like fill out a form, and then you have to fill out another form, and then like another form, and I only filled out like 2 of them, and then I got to the last, I was just like, I don't care. So, you know, it was on for a bit, and then they turned it off because I didn't do the paperwork. I didn't do anything wrong or whatever. But they will sometimes serve ads anyway, I guess. Because it says on there, like, whenever I was monetized, like, there's a setting that you can do to be like, okay, run ads and the frequency of them, run ads through it. And even when I was monetized for that brief time, I wouldn't set the ads to run in the middle of the stream. Because, you know, because I think that's super annoying. But they explain on the page that they'll do it anyway. Just like, even if you're not monetized, they'll still put ads on your stuff. You just don't control what ads they are at all or what you get. But non-AI, that is surprising, yeah. I don't really see ads myself. I do not enjoy them. I think advertisements are bad. I have friends that work in the ad space, and they talk about themselves like they're doing the world a favor by creating ads to sell people stuff, but I don't believe that. I don't believe it for 1 second. People that make money for selling ads think ads are good. And sometimes people enjoy ads. Sometimes ads are good, right? You know, when they're iconic ones, like some of the beer commercials of yesteryear. There's some insurance ads that are quite funny, but you know, ultimately, when people want to manipulate my behavior, I don't want to let them. And that's what an ad is, right? An ad or an ad read, these are things specifically designed to psychologically separate you from your normal faculties of decision making by priming you to desire something that you do not. Or, in worse circumstances, when people prey on their affection for you or the esteem you hold them in order to sell you things. Right now I'm thinking about like rappers that sell payday loan stuff on TV or predatory car loans, you know. This is not a reputable thing to do for money. People are falling for it because they like you, and then, you know, the person who's making the money off of this disreputable behavior is like, it's just the game, you know, we all do it, what are you going to do? But I think it's bad to try to manipulate people's affections. And even more so, I think once people do like you, you have a responsibility to not try to, like, take advantage of that to get stuff out of them. But I acknowledge that a lot of people don't feel that way. But I very, very strongly feel that way. Like, I just want people to like me and pay attention to me and think my stories are interesting. That's enough. That's already such a big ask. Yeah, I can imagine an ad that would be good, but, you know, most of what I, you know, come across on the occasion that I see ads is what we call now slop, but what we used to just call trash. But that's, you know, that's the thing, is the entire proposition of an ad is on the sleeve. You know, they're trying to separate you from your money. Or maybe it's an ad to raise awareness about something, but how many of those are there? And that's not even getting started on, like, political ads, the lowest form of advertisement. Which, well, no matter what country we're in, there's no country in the world where their political ads are not absolute trash. So I'm sure you can relate. No, I've seen some stuff that you know, gets said in public by politicians in countries that are not my own, and I'm like, oh my god, yikes. Not that, look, I try to talk current events here. Not that what's going on in my land is some shining beacon of happiness and goodness. It is not. But it's still quite shocking to, you know, read the kind of stuff that I expect to see out of the mouth of a redneck, out of, like, a guy that's in Parliament in the Netherlands. 974 ads? Wow, that's quite a lot to count. Sometimes I would start counting the cars on a train, and then I'd always stop before I finished. I'd be like, this isn't as good as I wanted it to be. And here we... Do we save? No, we got to decrypt there, so we need to save one skill point next level, but we can spend this one. But no, like, some ads are... I like ads on Steam. I don't mind that Steam shows me an ad whenever I log in, you know, because it's like... Because I'm there to buy something, right? Like, the point of me logging into Steam is that I'm there to buy something, and if not, I'll just go to my library, it's fine. But I'll always make excuses for Steam. You know, they're my ride or die. They're what makes all of this possible. Not really, I'm not on Steam here. Wish I was, but I already had the game on Battle.net, so I wasn't going to spend $15 more to get it on Steam. Wonder if they have achievements. Yeah, man, if I lived there, I would have to have my eyes closed in the car the whole time, which makes it hard to drive. It's hard to drive with your eyes closed, but that's what I would do. No, even driving through, like, the capital city of my state, Little Rock, which might have 500,000 people maybe, is so much more stress than I ever want to do. Maybe it's got like 750,000 now. Maybe it's got 1,000,000. I don't know. Hey, broadsword, Eisenharts. Let me pick it up. Oh my god. You know, maybe Corpse Explode being on that isn't good, but all it does is cost me, you know, peace of mind. Eisenharts is cool because it's got huge min damage, so it's 17 to 18 damage. It always does the same amount of damage. Of course, you don't... And it's fast. Very fast. 50 strength is a lot to get to at level 8, but if you're like a barber or a pal, you might already have it. So your district is said to be... you know, isn't that always chilling? The people are like, oh yeah, this is good. You should see what it's like there, you know. Like in Miami, they're like, oh, this is fine. You should see what it's like. No, whenever I was in Miami, I spent a lot of time with my eyes closed too. Let's go see if we can get an item upgrade here. Kralti. $29 lightning resist. I mean, losing the life for 17 resist, maybe not worth it. Could be. At this point, we'll probably be alright. I say. No, there's only a couple of places with very heavy lightning damage in this act. And we're going to be there soon. But at 270 life, that's still a couple of hits we can take. That's a big life total for where we are. Oh, that's a lot of dudes. Bone armor coming in super clutch again, because a lot of these bone armor charges are getting taken by darts, because they shoot little blowguns, and they're really hard to see. They're hard to see how many of them are hitting you, and as you see, like, you can get hit by, like 30 of them at one time. There's a lot of little dudes here. This place was stacked with foes. House location. The largest roundabout in the world. That is terrifying. Do you ever just go around it? I assume not. Do you ever daydream about what it would look like if there were no cars there, like the beginning of I Am Legend? Or that scene in Vanilla Sky? But not the beginning of I Am Legend. Every other part in I Am Legend. No, it's just like, it's so many more people than I can comprehend. And like, and I've been in New York City, but like, the density there is different. We should be getting to the bazaar soon. The good thing about these guys is they pop quick. They have low hit point totals, so, you know, you can't use them to explode everyone, but they can pop each other because, you know, relative hit points are what matters there. But also, you just generate a lot of skellies. so you can resummon as you need. Bus driver is the most consistent rash driver of the whole planet, probably. Yeah, that is a thing that I believe. Because from their perspective, they're so big, you just better watch out. I think there's no point in time since Inception Day there's not a single vehicle in it. That makes sense. Would that even be a thing they could do, maybe? Like, could somebody bribe the government? Sorry, pay the government? Like, a whole lot to not let any cars there for an hour to, like, shoot a movie? Or would that be just, like, even... Because, like, in New York City, that's what happened for, like, a couple of movies. Like, they pay, like, millions of dollars to the city to not have anyone in Times Square so that it'll look empty, for the sequence or whatever. Which, and that's the thing. In America, we're not supposed to call it a bribe when a rich person pays the government a lot of money for a privilege that other people can't get. If they do it in the open, it's fine. They're like, no, they gave the city the money. You're like, look, if you want to give the city $10 million, you can shut down things and inconvenience people too. Anyway, I'm a man of the people, so I don't believe in that kind of thing. Sketchy. No, we're fine. Annual celebrations. Ah, okay. Thrusirupuram. Don't know if I've heard of that one, but I know that there... I certainly know that there are so many celebrations in the many regions and states and cultures that make up India that I'm sure that even a person who wants to know all of them would forget one or two. Like, I've been to celebrations for stuff, but, like, I don't, like, look, I'm not, like, educated, right? I know a little bit of Diwali, I know a little bit about, Holi, because Holi's the best holiday maybe in the whole planet, like, Holi's fun, like, what a cool holiday, right? And I've been to, various pujas and things, at friends' houses and whatnot. But there's an episode of The Office where they're doing, like, a Diwali celebration, and they ask the Indian American woman in the office called Kelly Kapoor, like, what's the story of it? And she's like, we just, like, get together and hang out and dress up and have good food. And that's, like, a lot of my friends, that was their take. They're like, it's like... How much do people really know about most holidays? Because, like, American holidays are split between, like, nationalistic ones and then religious ones, right? You've got, like, the Easter Christmas split, and then you've got, like, 4th of July and Thanksgiving. And those are, like, the big four. New Year's is not, like, really a holiday, Flag Day and Earth Day are not really holidays. President's Day is not really a holiday. Veterans Day, you know, people know what it's for. I liked it better when it was Armistice Day. Memorial Day, not a holiday technically, but still an important day. But again, like, these aren't like, most of these things don't have like specific celebrations. It's just like people get together, and if it's summer, they eat food for the summer, and you have fireworks for 4th of July kind of thing. You don't have Holy there? That's right. That's right. I should have remembered that. Man, I need to start cooking again soon. I think, yeah, it must have been like the day before Christmas, not last year, but the year before would have been the last time I made anything at all. Like baked or whatever. I think maybe I made fudge 1 or 2 times since then. Probably. Anyway, need to get back on that. How is that related to Indian celebrations? Because there's this dish that I'm trying to make better called payasam or kheer. I think there's regional names for it, but there's like a fun story, behind the dish where I think is it Vishnu that's owed it? Anyway, like, some temple promised to give him, the grain of rice for the first square of the chessboard, doubled, blah, 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 to the end, the geometric progression of rice. So, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I know the story right, there's like a temple in India where they make payasam as an offering at like every day, to pay the god back for what was promised long ago. But anyway, it's this wonderful like rice porridge type of thing, and I had a friend that would make it wonderfully, and I tried like twice and it didn't turn out well, but I need to keep on trying until I get it right. They nerfed the fireworks, yeah. There's fireworks are fun, but they can often be not as fun. I don't mind that they are associated with certain celebrations. I mind that I live in a country with a bunch of jackwagons who will set off fireworks for a couple of days before and after. Because, like, look, 4th of July, sure. The 6th of July? Why are you setting off bombs in the backyard? But I'll tell you the Indian food that I like best. See if I say it right. Chole? I think that's how you say it. Anyway, it's just like a chickpea dish, but oh man, I could eat that every day of my life. Someone used to see her mom would make it and like send it, in like these yogurt dishes to my girl's place, and we would just chow down on that and rice. And oh man, I could yeah, I could eat it every single day. It is so good. I think also that my ex's mom was like an amazing cook too, but it was a good dish. Mom makes it great too. Awesome, yeah. We would get chapati and which I guess they're more broadly called roti. But, chapati is what she always called them, so that's what I call them, the thin flatbreads. And we would just, like, roast them. Like, we get frozen ones at the store, and then, like, on a gas burner on the stove, and we would just, like, flip them over. And, you just sort of toast them on the open flame there. And I would have those and rice and chole. And that was like, that's I could eat it every day. Whenever people say that they can't imagine being a vegetarian, I'm like, y'all don't even know what the good food tastes like. You think you're like an American vegetarian where it's like steamed broccoli. Well, of course you don't want to eat that every day. Like, American vegetarian food is made by people who hate vegetables, and then they wonder why they don't think it tastes good at the end. Somebody, yeah. Because plenty of people I know, like, when they think of, like, Indian flatbreads, they think of, like, naan, which to me is, like, you get that at a restaurant. Like, you never have that at somebody's house, you know? Which, I mean, that makes more sense, too, because a lot of people, you know, in my country, it's likely that they wouldn't have been to an Indian or Indian American person's home, you know, for food. So it makes more sense that they would get, you know, the more restaurant-style ideas of how the food was. But there was an episode of the Great British Bake Off where there was a dude and they had like naan as a challenge, and he's like, we don't even have that in the part of India that my family's from. I've never made this in my life. And then he made really good naan anyway. You know, so good for him. But any big country, you know, I'm sure has that issue where like people just assume that because you're from a country that's massive that you have like all this stuff in common with all the other people that live there, which, you know, can be fine and it can be sort of prejudiced. It just, I mean, it really depends on who you're talking to and like what kind of person they are, right? To the sewers. You have to travel through the sewers to get to the other side. The sewers are pretty bad. There aren't like doorway problems, but they do have other issues. You can get very, very bad mob spawns. Hey, hey, hey! Now we're talking. We get to the bottom of the sewers immediately. That's the good stuff. Here, there's a unit of champs over here, and then there will be a unit of uniques, probably, and then inside of the water, a bunch of annoying watchers, but we get the heart. Like, is there not going to be a champ thing or uniques? Nope, alright, yeah. If we got skeleton archers instead of skeleton mages, you know, there'd really be... Ooh, boy, okay, so undead soul killers. These guys are awful. You gotta be careful about them. They explode when they die, which is fine for us. We're often not going to be around stuff when they die, but if you accidentally stand in the middle of a group of them and you pop them, you're gone. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. It's over, baby blue. Roll another one. Yeah, I think the defining feature of naan in general is that it's like baked in incredibly high temperatures compared to what you would normally do for. It's like it says it's organized. It's not organized. I can pick up this chainmail if it was organized. So like while normally you would think of cooking bread on, you know, like, you know, 375 or 400 or somewhere in there, I think naan is cooked much, much, much hotter, but I don't make it myself. Ooh. Nice. Fast hit recovery, fire resist. I mean, decent. I think we'll put it on the Merc though, because fast hit recovery there, plus this, I mean, yeah. Get him up to 60 fire resist, which is very nice for where we're at in the game. Energy is better than Dex, which is worthless. Damage reduction in general, good for health. Yeah, it just sort of depends. So there's different conceptions of damage reduction. You have flat damage reduction of like integer based, right? Damage reduced by 1 or 2. You have a much rarer mod that's only on unique items called physical damage reduced by percentage. I don't think there's a magic percentage reduction one. That one is quite rare. So there's defense, and that affects how much they can hit you. When they hit you, they always do the same amount of damage unless you have PDR. Magic resists work just like they say. You know, it resists 29% of lightning resist if you have 29 thing. But yes, Hell reduces your all resists by 100, but not physical resist. It just increases the damage they do in Hell, is how that interaction works there. Yeah, or more. So, like, you know, in Act 1 of Normal, those guys are level 1 or 2, right? In Act 1 of Hell, I don't want to say a number, it's probably like 70. You know, so in Nightmare, you know, you're expecting like a 30, 35 level difference. So they're going to hit, basically, they're going to be harder in raw terms than the guys at the end of the act that you were at in Normal. But, so, Normal... Act 5 mobs, though, they have tools, right? They might be fast, they might, you know, have spells, or, you know, all this stuff. But when you go back to Act 1, they're leveled up guys in Hell, but they're still themselves, right? The magic ones will get more mods, so they'll get nastier, but fundamentally, they just cast a fireball. They're not going to get a meteor, right? They're not going to get a firewall unless they always have one. So you still know what they're going to be like, it's just a souped-up version of them. The dangerous things are much more dangerous, and the ones that aren't dangerous are very dangerous, but they still behave the exact same ways. It's just, you got to be more careful. But for physical damage, PDR is hard to get, and if I could get some, I would wear it. But it's hard to get. It's not even in the game at this point. I don't think you can get any PDR percentage at before level 29 maybe. 29 is String of Ears, which I think is the earliest item you can get that's got it. But yeah, you take tons of damage, but the way that you deal with that is you either have like bone armor type abilities, or or a shield, but the most prevalent thing you'll just do is by stacking your HP, right? Because that's the real thing. Yeah. Aha! Now we're talking. Just what I needed. I needed an Ethrune. Taleth, my beloved. There we go. 25 run walk, castrate, hit recovery. We got a little bit of dex. We got poison resist. We got stamina and mana regen and magic damage reduced by 3. Oh yeah, look at me rolling now. That Eth was what I needed. Because now you can probably just tell from my run speed, that's quicker than we used to be by a lot. 25% faster, in fact, but this is so good. That's what we needed. I was gonna... You know, we were just trying to get one without farming Countess for him, because I'd prefer to go to Nightmare Countess if we're going to be running a bunch of nonsense, but... Because the run speed, that's how you beat Diablo, right? You run very fast, because if you're slow, then you can't get out of the lightning breath and you die. But if you're fast, you can get out of the lightning breath and you do not die. Do we go to Bazaar here? I mean, yeah, might as well. But yeah, this is... And it's a level 17 required rune word of, you know, easily available early game runes. It's just a matter of getting the drops when you're in self-found. Because Tal and Eth are both... you know, eminently droppable. The Countess will drop them. I got a Tal, I think, off of Countess, you know, and that's the harder one to get. You can get an Eth rune from late Act 1 all the way in through the rest of the game, right? So, but this is generically the best rune word. There are other rune words, generically the best early game rune word. There are other rune words that you can get at very early levels that are good for, say, a fire sorceress or whatever. But this is one that every single class can wear, and almost every class would want immediately. Unless you had, like, a set that you already had put together. But in general, I would consider this, like, the baseline mid-game rune word that you should always be gearing for, especially on a fresh character, where you're not going to have a full set of something to wear that somebody else already farmed up for you. And we're doing this solo self-found anywhere, which is, of course, just what it says on the tin. It is a self-found character by yourself. Because you can have a self-found, which the next hardcore character, if we do one, that's what it'll be. And that's just everything that my characters get is something that I have found on a character, right? So the shared stash and all of that. And a solo self-found is the step beyond that, which is just saying, you know, nothing that this character specifically didn't get is going to be on them. Which, if you only have one ladder character, pretty good there. That lightning bolt is the lightning bolt of a Hierophant. That is not a danger bolt. These are non-piercing lightning bolts, and they don't do a lot of work. Danger bolts are piercing lightning bolts. They are done by the little gloom things that float in the air. You don't necessarily see them in Act 3. They only generate in a few different areas, and they're not 100% to be there. You will almost definitely see them at least one time in Act 5 and in Act 4. But you don't have to. But you probably will. They can be very, very frightening. Alright, there we go. Oh, there were champs at the door. There we go. Boom, baby. One more level, and we get to Cripify and Summon Resist. And that's going to give our summon creatures, 28 resist all. The first level gives you 28. Every subsequent level gives you very small numbers. Just so small, like a few points here or there. It's still okay. You just don't spend points on it. When you get plus to skills, it gets better. I think even if you had free points, you would do it. But there's no such thing as free points. If I had points to make it better, I would probably spend the points making bone armor better instead. These are not danger bolts, those are Hierophant bolts. You just gotta figure out. You don't see danger bolts above ground in Act 3, I don't think. I think they're only inside places. I'm like, wait, we're in Trav already? Whoopsie daisy. We're not, like, really supposed to be here. Sketchy, sketchy. Alright, we're fine. We're back in a nice good corner here. Those blizzards ain't gonna hit me. We should get out of here. I do not have a PlayStation. There's one like in the house. It's my brother's, but I don't have one. I just have a Switch, which I almost never play. Last town portal. No, I have not played Bloodborne. I have heard much of it, but I have not played it. I haven't played not truly any of the Souls games, and that's like one of them in the general thing, right? The Soulsborne apparatus. But yeah, I've played like a bit of Dark Souls on my friend's controller type of thing. Because they were like, I can't beat this boss. And I'm like, maybe I can. And they're like, I hate you so much. But, you know, I don't know how to play the game. I just, you know, I know how to play an action game. Lightning enchant. Dude, this is a nasty area to be in, but we got him. Trav's great for experience. You know, it's also dangerous. But we need to go get the book for points. But we can just get the waypoint. Trav's always the same. Maybe some of the doors are different, but you know the layout's the same. The waypoint's always right here. No, not there. Here. But, you know, the council's here, and we're already brawling, so we're going to fight some of them, I guess. Because I need to get the book for stat points, but we can just, you know... This isn't the council. We might as well start clearing. Oh, you don't have a PlayStation? Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I did see that whoever just like closed the studio that had been doing like the modern remaster things. So like my friend is super into Bloodborne. It's like his favorite game. He was saying that, you know, it's looking like the remaster may not happen, you know, soon. Never say never, but Blue Point, yeah. But I keep thinking, you know, I'm getting Elden Ring whenever it goes on sale, although maybe I should play the earlier Souls games before I play that one, since it's like the finest one or whatever. But I think, you know, because people really like it when I suffer, you know, that's what the people like, so maybe, you know, that could be fun to suffer through those games. No, I mean, like, I like a challenge. I like a boss that's challenging. I just don't like running through a poison swamp 100 times. But I've heard that they're in those games too, so... Alright. Do we have another watcher to pull up out of here? Out of here. Come on. I know you chumps are around. I don't want you to... We just need to go like so. Because you can't fight them in there. They have hydras and like all of the other nonsense. Speaking of hydras, the water watcher is not a hydra. It's just a snake. It watches and... And we strike. Yaw! Because the thing is with that many hydras, though, you just got to get out. They'll come out of the front because they all can cast Firewall and they all can cast Hydra, and that's just too much Hydra. They have the swamps of all time. They give you yeah. Like whenever I was playing, you know, complaining about it all the time. We're gonna bounce out here and put a maiden on that guy, and then maybe You know what, let's just... Oh, yeah, that's slow. That's crazy. Alright, we're going to need more bodies. Do we have more over here? Nope, we walked by those. That's not good. Oh, jeez, we walked by these. That's not good. Please give me a body here. There we go. Oh, yep, there we go. Body, yada, 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 yada. That is what you say when you need a body to do necromancy. Yeah. Semicircle of broken bones, indeed. Yeah, so, like, here, like, you're a Summonmancer, which is great, but fundamentally you got to get bones. That's the cool thing about the Warlock, is they don't need a bone. You know, you can get a Golem without bones, but they can do, like, they can get their dudes without that, and I feel like individually the Warlock demons are much stronger, right? This guy's cold enchanted and Stone Skin. We need to stay far enough away from him to where we don't get hit with the aura. And of course, Stone Skin is just what it sounds like. It makes them highly physical resistant, even with... It's like, and now there's so many council in there, dude. If you go in that room and try to fight them, if that door is designed to surprise you, right? Because it's like, there's a council here, they're dangerous, and then you go in and it's like 10 dudes all doing spells you've never seen before. This is the first time in the game you see Hydra. And they all can cast Hydra, even the minions. Necromancers do have the quantity, indeed. And like we were talking about with the general fights, normally you can just leave and go get more bones if you need. But the ability to just generate them without doing that is nice. I wish you could have like one of each golem, but you can't. Alright, we need to go get the tome, so we're going to do that. Tome's always in Bazaar, I think. Lister is the mini-boss before the Act 5 boss. There are 5 waves of enemies at the Throne of Destruction where Baal is, and each wave is represented by, you know, like the iconic figure in that act. So first wave you have fallen shamans, second wave you have the undead guys like in Act 2, third wave you know, you get the council members, fourth wave is the fire breathing demons with the big wings and swords from there, and then Lister is the minions of destruction. They only appear right there, so he's not like a version of other ones, but he's the big bad before Baal. And then you fight Baal. There we go. I'm like, we're gonna find one. I know it's here. It's always bizarre. There's like 6 or 8 of these little places to... This is not the right one. We're gonna do it anyway. Of these little like small underground temple things. The ruined temples, disused fane, ruined reliquary, etc. And the book is always just in the one that it's always in, but you know, they're worth doing anyway. Not least because, look, Mephi is a tough nut to crack for Skelemancer, because he does big damage. He can really knock your guys off. Sometimes you got to come back and forth a lot. The problem is, too, is he doesn't do a lot of physical damage like all the other act bosses do. So you can't really just, like, Maiden Golem him down. Not that effectively. I mean, you can. But not that effectively. And there's not always, like, a good chest or anything, because, you know, these places are just places, after all. Bone Wand. Oh. This guy has multi-shot. We'll kill him first. The rest of them just split off to go somewhere else, which is really funny. Oh, and then there was another guy there, too. You know, it's possible that we beat some of their minions earlier and then ran off. Where is it? Above the sewer entrances, I guess. I'm like, no, they don't generate there. They might. Nope. Oh, fascinating. Here? No? Where is it? This is very strange. Maybe it's in that one in between and we just didn't notice the, that's gotta be where it is. Yeah, there we go. Ruined Temple. The Ruined Temple is the name of the one that the book is always in. There will be 2 in the bazaar. Only one of them is this. Battle Maid Serena. We will make explosions. Voila. Oh, this was the reward, but we had a full inventory. 26 cold resist is probably worth, yeah. There we go. Alright, how much time do I have? Enough. Enough to either pop Mephi or die. Hopefully we'll get through Durance clean. Durance is nasty. Really perplexing layout. Lots of doors to fight in. Very, very bad enemy selection. There we go. We start out with Champ Stygians. Their bodies blow up when they die, but you can still corpse explode them. Stygian dolls, Dark Lords. Just a bunch of nastiness. These guys that have, like, stunning attacks and knockback and such. Bone shields look really awesome. But, you know, we're just going to keep on with the head. Even though, actually, like, that could be nice for, like, a rhyme. We'll hold on to it. I'd rather put one in, like, a buckler, but... like, please stab them. Just please. Please, Fuzzle. Just stab him. He will walk around in front of a guy where if he would just stab him, you know, they would already be dead. Puke Lust the Sharp. Undead and Teleport. The names that they give people. Man, oh man. Whoops. I think that little dude's still around somewhere. Hey, Durance 3. Alright, since Durance 3 is there, we're going to expect the waypoint to be, like, far right of where we are, and definitely not up left right here. Although we're still going to check. I don't think it's going to be this way, though. Sort of sketchy how much we're running here. Yeah. Oh, all the skellies are dead. All the skellies are dead. It's alright, we're just going to reposition here. This how it works most of the time? Yeah, most. But these firewalls, man, so annoying. Yeah, but in general, if you find Durance 1 and 2 together, you should expect the waypoint to be on the opposite side, such that it's sort of like in a clockwise place from the Durance 3 set. Because that is a crazy Durance 3 placement, unless we can't go through this wall, in which case it's funnier. Nope, you totally can. That is wild. But we have to get the waypoint. Because, like, we might need to come back and kill Mephisto again. But I imagine the waypoint will be just where I thought it was whenever I saw Durance 3, because if you know A and B, you can usually get to C. Just run it a couple thousand times, and you can do it too. And yep. Right over where I said. We checked all the other places, but I just didn't want to backtrack over to him if I was wrong. But yeah, there you go. I told you that's where it would be. Sure, you might be saying, aren't there only 3 directions you could have picked? Yeah, but I knew. Alright. So, Mephi, sketchy time. 1 level and we get... 1 level and we get Summon Resist and... Skill Shrine, we could have saved that. Wait, no one in this whole room? Weird! Alright, so right there we see all the skeletons just die. We need to get some of them to walk into this room at us. That's all we need, really. Because you see there, the hydras, the meteors, like, you can't just walk out there. You can't simply walk out there. We need a level desperately to get to Summon Resist. But, you know, we're very close. We're going to get it, like, in this room. Alright, there we go. We're walking safely in here to do it. Alright. Summon Resist with the Skill Shrine. So yeah, at level 3 it goes to 39%, which isn't nothing, but it's still not as good as, you know, 24 for the first point. Decrypt. Decryptify only gets longer duration. It doesn't get bigger, but it lowers their damage, attack speed, and walk run. Decrypt is the ability for bosses. Although sometimes you want a maiden, you know, but like if you're just trying to get into position, pull the trigger on a Decrypt. Like right here, we knock him, so now we can get into position, and then once we're ready, we'll probably just keep Decrypt on. But, you know, it really slows them, and then in conjunction with the Clay Golem, it basically renders them inoperable. We don't want to go into the center of the room and get Mephisto. He's like at the top middle. We're trying to, because there are other council members over on the other wing, and we want to deal with them first, because we're going to need space to deal with Mephi. We got to get some more bones. And that's, you know, that's the way. You just pop into Act 1. Stony Field usually has a really big density around it. You know, not always, but usually. And yeah, and now we will continue on. Decrypt the big guy, get in on there. And then one more in this room. The mercenary automatically generates resistances as he levels, which is good. Otherwise, they would be useless without gear. And they get less... they only have the 3 gear slots, right? So if you didn't have the ability to add some more, it'd be pretty rough. Alright. we could gem a hat for 50 fire resist. We don't really need that much fire resist against them though. I mean, it would be good for the merc, but the merc's at 62, which is something. All right. Oh, maybe it'll be all right. Later, Thomas. We'll find out if we die to Mephisto or not. After we do the fight, it's going to be the end of the run, so it's nice hanging out with you. I got to get on with my day before too long, but yes, wish me luck. Sorry to hear that about your internet. I know there is truly nothing more agonizing than not having your internet work right. All right. Alright, we got him decrypt. He lightning bolts me, and we dodge a little bit. Oh, the guy's up there. Okay, we gotta get out. We gotta get out right now. I forgot about that pack up there. We should be okay here. You know, obviously we already lost all of our dudes, but this is how you fight Mephisto. And once everybody else is gone, you might be like throw like a life tap or whatnot. You know, there's ways to maybe, you know, get it. But when all of the other guys are along, you know, that don't work. We're just trying to drag them back here. And they are not cooperating at all. Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. Because if we can just drag them over here and we can fight them away from all these bloodlords, then we're somewhere. But if we have to fight them up there, then that's bad. I don't want to. Alright, and now, you know, we've got him slowed up a bit. You just got to make sure you don't get bolted. Charge bolt. Charge bolt does so much damage. You know, he's got different moves. They all do a ton. And obviously there, you know, we identified that everything was about to crumble, and it was. It's significantly faster to come here and get them back. Then Act 3 is so far away, but, you know. The good news is, and it's sort of good news, that now most of those other hangers-on are gone. We still have plenty of town portal scrolls. You always want to check if you're doing a thing like this. You don't want to get... Alright, can we maiden them here? That wind-up always means you gotta beware. Yeah, I think this maiden strategy is working fine. Yep, and we can just decrypt every now and then to try to get Fuzzle back in operated order. When he pulls his arms like that back, you gotta move. That frozen orb thing that he does is way nastier than it has any right to be. And we can probably go in just like this. I just needed to get more potions and stuff in the bar, and I didn't want to, you know, be caught out there. But yeah, I think just another little maiden session. Yeah, there you go. And that's how to beat Mephisto. We get nothing good. The rare zombie head could have good skills on it. It's unlikely that it will. Alright, now man, if I died to that guy because I was looting and looking at my inventory, that would be funny. But anyway, yeah. There's Mephi. Put him in a bin. He's done. Of course, Diablo is another incredibly dangerous guy, but we'll probably just maiden golem him as well. And if we have big resist, then we don't have to worry about getting totally melted in 2 seconds, and that's all that matters, right? You just gotta... You got to know how to target the specific problems that you're going to encounter. Like, all those things are fine, but they're not skills. Yeah, all right, wonderful. Awesome, and in all other ways, very good. There we go. We still look like we're wearing our old threads, but this is a good one. You know, this is a stealth jacket. This is Taleth looking at you here. We got red pants on. We are swift. No, the pants are a different item. But anyway, good stuff. Level 24 on hardcore. Made it in to Act 4. Just where we want to be. Of course, Act 4 is full of incredibly dangerous stuff. But we will try to keep our wits about us and see where we can go from there. Once you get out of Act 4, of course, then it's on to Act 5, which is dangerous, and then One Nightmare, which is dangerous. You get the picture. It's all a bunch of danger. But anyway, I gonna get on with my day. Go scratch the dog on the head and all. But thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. I really hope you've enjoyed. I know I had a great time. You know, getting through, yeah, we pushed basically almost all of Act 2 and 3 right here. And now we've got a nice little fiery background. And maybe I'll see you guys at a later stream or video. I don't know if we're going to play more Diablo tonight. Probably not. I'm going to try to mix it up a little bit, you know. Once I do 4 hours of a game in a day, or 8, you know, I try not to do another session. But, you know, we might. But I'll see you guys later.